Alrighty. Gonna quickly make sure that everything is working properly. There's gonna be a bit of echo for just a second. Just so I can hear. I should probably like do this on my phone. That way it doesn't echo on the stream. Alrighty. Yep, I can hear myself. That is what's important. Hello, everybody. Dingerfish, Camp, Harry Mation, glad to see you all. Bien, Carson. A lot of familiar faces, always happy to see that. It is a very good feeling when you do something like this and people keep coming back to it. It's very, very validating. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. How is everybody doing today? Hope the holidays are all treating you well. Everyone's getting their shopping done. Hope you're not getting too cold. I apologize in advance. My stamina is a little low today. Working in a steel yard in very cold temperatures takes a lot out of you. It's funny how quickly I went from hating working with an oven to it being the best part of my workday. It's just nice to watch your... Oh, thanks, Carson. I appreciate that. Ah, Alejandro is 8-bit. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. It does get a little confusing when people use different usernames across different things. Like freaking Dyxo and with being Shrew Scouts just messes with my brain. You're two separate people, but also the same. Just waiting for Ripped Duke. You're gonna have to wait probably a few more months for that. I am getting genuinely stronger, though. That does feel really good. Like, completely unironically, just throwing out there. Like, this has been, like, the best thing I've ever done for my mental health. If you struggle with stuff like that, just doing a hard labor job, like, it helps a ton. Because, like, it's basically just a gym membership you're paid for. And when you look at it that way, like, it's not a bad gig. Ah, I see, Alejandro. I understand. Fan on... Oh, please do! Of just my little crown avatar. That would make me so happy. Alright, Dingerfish, I see you changing the link in that. I'll update that in the document. Jared Hebert just added something as well. Alright. I have finalized things already. But if there's time afterwards, like we have a few shorter ideas today, we might be able to fit in some bonus ones at the end. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like I say that every single time, but it never happens. Normally I would say yes to that, Lukac. Unfortunately, playlist, don't play the next thing. I thought I told you to loop. Normally I would say yes to that, Luca. I think we had 2 Ganondorfs last time. But I finalized the entries like 30 minutes before you entered yours. But again, if there's time afterwards, we'll try to get to both, if possible. Just wanted to clarify that for you, Luca. It wasn't a matter of like picking favorites or anything. It was just unfortunate timing. Because, like, I do have to finalize things a little bit before the stream starts, because I gotta, like, make, like, the overlays for each individual thing. But I'll try to get through a bunch today. I'm really excited for today's. Because, like, this is going to be the first time we are starting to get into people submitting second entries, which is always interesting. It's always fun at seeing how people, like, evolve their presentation styles. And if we don't get anybody's ideas, remember, there's always next... Well, actually, get next year, yeah. I was about to say next... No, it's not next month. It's both, it's both, it's both. I will confess, Harrymation, that I didn't choose to do yours this time, just because it did feel a little off to use the same person twice in a row. But, like, it hurt me not to choose that one. Like, submit that same thing next time, and I won't be able to resist, I promise. Alright, we got 4 minutes till start. How's the audio, by the way, guys? Is the music too loud? Am I too loud? I haven't changed my settings too much. But I know that music can get a little finicky depending on what you play. Audio's good? Alrighty. Glad to hear it. Only 3 minutes till start. I'll wait till the 1 p.m. mark to begin things properly. I'm just gonna quickly swap between scenes just to make sure. Yeah, everything's working good. Got all the submissions. Oh, I need to have the hold on a second. I gotta have the outline on another window. There we go. Alright. Guess I can give a little quick channel update right before we start. I spent a lot of 2022 working on projects for other YouTubers. And just want to reassure people that that is going to change in the next year. I am... It was a lot of fun doing that, but I've definitely felt not burnt out, but there's a lack of... I don't know how to put this. There's always a bit of a more pure creative freedom to making your own stuff. And I haven't been able to experience that for a while. So I'm definitely going to be focusing, like minimum at least the first half of 2023, solely making, like, videos for this channel. Because I haven't made, like, a big one since Dark Matter, and that was, like, 6 months? Not 6 months. Maybe 6 months? It's been a while, and I'm tired. Pierre, I'm not... We're just taking a break, Pierre. It'll be fine. I do still need to help finish one more TK to set. I swear I'm having the soundtrack loop, but it keeps going on to the first submission. I do still have a bit to help with one more DK December video. But, like, most of them have already been released now. And, like, just, feels so good to see that done. See the fruits of our labors. It's a lovely time. Okay, I think it is close enough that we can begin. So, for our first submission today, we have an idea from BN. Who wants to see Red from Angry Birds in Smash Brothers. Now then, what is Angry Birds? Angry Birds is the 2009 puzzle mobile game that has changed mobile gaming into being a major player in the gaming scene. I mean, come on. Everyone and their grandma should know what this franchise is, right? Red is the main protagonist. Thank you, Carson. I definitely would have forgotten to send the link. Let me do that real quick. Boop. There you go, guys. His main goal is to save his 3 eggs from the bad green pigs who always capture the eggs for the purpose of consuming them. Angry Birds is a very simple puzzle game. There's a generated structure with some pigs. Your main goal is to launch some birds into those structures and defeat those pigs while gaining as many points as possible. It's Angry Birds, everybody knows. Alright, elephant in the room. Which design to use, legacy or movie? I think both designs have their strengths. The movie designs are the ones Rovio, the company behind Angry Birds, is pushing and has the arms and legs needed to make a Smash character, move around. But the legacy/tune designs are more iconic and fit the general theme of the moveset. I thought having a Pac-Man-esque gimmick with the portions, size, and shapes of both bird designs just don't match up at all for it to look natural. At the end, I settled on the legacy designs. They're more iconic, fit the tone of the moveset, and I think having more interesting moveset potential to make the birds stand out. I generally agree with this kind of mindset for most characters, just because legacy is what most people know them for. And especially if it makes the characters more interesting to, use. Now, how do they move? This is pretty easy to answer, actually. In Angry Birds Tunes and Angry Birds Slingshot Stories, 2 miniseries that the company made for the franchise, the birds just sort of bounce around at varying speeds. Something like Gooey from Kirby. They grab items with their invisible arms, which is also a detail in Angry Birds Tunes. Gimmicks? This moveset doesn't contain any gameplay gimmicks, but it does have one visual mechanic, because Red isn't the only one attacking here. For a handful of moves, Red will sort of vanish into a poof of feathers, and then another bird swoops into that place and uses that ability. Got a little visual aid here, which is, I like this. This is a nice way of just kind of including multiple characters without kind of breaking the visuals of it. I think you could do something similar for like a Pokemon trainer, for example. It's an easy way of including multiple characters without actually doing so. Considered having Red either summon the bird alongside them or using their ability outright, but I felt this approach would better represent Angry Birds' main mechanic of using the right bird for the right scenario, and summoning the bird just makes it feel more cluttered than it needed to be. If this gimmick couldn't work due to any hardware limitations, I could settle with Red just using their ability. But ideally he'd swap since that's the whole gimmick, you know? And I feel like hardware limitations wouldn't be a problem here, just given how simple all of the Angry Birds are. Archetype. At a first glance, you'd think Red in the Flock would be a zoner, right? After all, the whole point is launching bird projectiles into structures. You'd be wrong, actually. Because I'm not trying to make a moveset for the slingshots. I'm making one for the birds. In other words, the ammo. Red in the Flock would be a mix-up and glass cannon archetype. They have a wide variety of burst options. Sorry, that's just funny to me. We're not making a moveset for the game, we're making a moveset for the gun. You can't really do that with any other franchise. Tactics to exploit their opponent's weaknesses, alongside being fairly small and can rack up high damages very quickly. However, they usually can't really play defensively, and they are very light compared to the rest of the cast. Alright, I got some basic stats here. I'm not going to read these out, just going to take a second for people to read them. Very light, decently fast, but very, very easy to kill. And 3 jumps. Interesting. Also, I see a 10 out of 10 for recovery. They'll practically fly all over the stage. I like this numerical system right here. I feel like this tells you a lot more than just showing the same, what they're nearest to. Because this communicates their strengths better. Because, I'll be honest, I don't know, say, the walk speed of every character off the top of my head. But scale of 1 to 10s, everybody understands a scale of 1 to 10. I like this. I haven't seen this before. Alright. Starting with the specials. Neutral special is the sling. Of course it's the slingshot. Has him summon a slingshot on the spot, facing the same direction he was facing. You press neutral special anywhere, and summoning a slingshot when oh my gosh, when one is on screen, just as the slingshot teleports to him. Oh, that's true, Emperor Boo. That does come from Delsathan. That's a good idea. I'd highly recommend more people using that. It's just a good way of communicating that stuff. Pressing B near the slingshot has red enter the slingshot. Okay, so it's like the Steve's crafting bench. In this state, you can launch yourself in any direction by moving the joystick in the opposite direction you want to fly in. Then let go of the joystick to have him fly. In other words, reel the slingshot back and then let go. Red flies quickly, and you can use any aerial while flying while keeping your momentum. Overall, with how you aim in any direction and can input any move as you please, the slingshot gives Red a ton of mobility overall. Neutral special in the air is triple blue splits. When inputting neutral special midair, this has Red summon one of the blues and headbutts it forward, which is fly forward as a weak projectile. Inputting neutral special midair when a bird is out has the blue bird split into 3 birds. Oh, okay, so you can, like, cause it to scatter whenever you so choose. That's neat. Don't deal much damage or knockback and aren't very spammable. It's really just a way for you to cover space to create an opening. Alright, nice. And of course, the origins are obvious. That's how they work in the game. Side special is Chuck's homing speed. Red swaps to Chuck as Chuck charges forward, a basic burst option that bounces off opponents. However, if there is an opponent in range of Chuck, he'll home and dash into them instead. If you face a slingshot while using this, you home straight to it, allowing you to fling yourself again. This serves as a reference to his ability in Angry Bird Space. So kind of a homing attack, but more used as a gap closer. Nice. Up special is Matilda's Egg. That is a... that bird scares me. Not gonna lie. Swaps to Matilda and shoots an egg downward, which boosts her upwards. The recovery goes pretty far, and you can sort of angle it like Pit's up special. Even has a weak hitbox. The egg itself is pretty strong. It's mainly just for edge guarding, though. I always enjoy up specials like this. Ones that send something down. It's just fun to use. Down special is Bomb's Explosion. Swaps to Bomb, then blows up. This explosion comes out very fast and is very strong, but it has a ton of ending lag. In terms of function, it's a slightly weaker rest with slightly more range. Not that unique, but it fits, which is all it really needs to be. Special moves give a ton of tactics and variety of movesets and options, especially in the air, but can be easily punishable if you're predictable with them. Yeah, a lot of these have the same weaknesses that you would see for other characters. Like a shield, a homing attack, you can punish pretty easily. You miss a rest, I mean, you missed a rest. Got a 3-hit peck for the jab. Just a basic jab overall. Forward tilt is a sweep. I like these little pictures right here. These are really good. Like, I'm impressed with how much you're doing with such a limited character animation-wise. And it just hits in front of him. Very basic forward tilt. Up tilt is just a head bonk. Much like Squirtle's. Down tilt is a beak barge. Very standard stuff. That's the nice thing about simple characters like this. It's very easy to create normals for them because you really just have to say, okay, they attack in this direction. All you really need is the fact that, hey, this character has a beak, and that's like half the normals completed already. Dash attack is charge, just headbutts forward. More of a launcher instead of a kill move, alright. Although it does launch opponents at an angle that allow him to slingshot into them. That sounds... Okay, that actually just legitimately sounds fun, just having something like the slingshot in the game. I'm kind of surprised there's not more just things like that. More characters need to be able to use themselves as projectiles, is what I'm learning from this. Forward smash is chilly. Charges forward while engulfed with flames. This is a powerful forward smash that moves him forward, however, it has hefty end lag. If it misses, Red coughs out fire smoke from his mouth. Does that mean it would have, like, extra end lag if you miss? Because that'd be interesting. I don't know if there's any other characters that do that. Could use either way. Up smash is Blizzard. Is 4 while covered in an icy wind effect. This smash attack is a multi-hit, but is quickest to come out, but is also the weakest one. Alright, nice. And down smash is Birdquake. Hops into the... Yes! More down smashes that are shockwaves. It drives me nuts that there's not more like that. Laggy's most powerful. They always feel so good to use. It's good. Neutral air is a simple inflate. I like it. Nice get off me tool. Forward air is Rage Scream. Just screams and sends out a shockwave. I love it. Back air is a beak sweep behind. Functionally similar to Jigglypuff's back air, except it doesn't turn you around. Up air is Feather Shake. Rustles around 3 times, rustling his feathers. Decent combo starter already. And down air is Terrence Smash. Swap to Terrence and slams down. So is this a stall and fall? Starts air, moves try, launch with a slingshot. Ooh, that sounds fun. When used while launched with a slingshot, you get to still keep your momentum while dropping. So it's a stall and fall, but you can launch yourself while using it. That alone makes it much better than most stall and falls. I love that. Other stuff. Looks like it uses Stella for the grab. Creates a bubble to trap opponents in. Pummels by pecking. Forward throw just dashes into them. Back throw is this bizarre looking parrot. I like it. Flies forward and boomerangs into the opponent. Nice. Up there is Melody's tune. Inhales the opponent before spitting them back out upwards. I'm only just thinking about this because I'm looking at Kirby, but why doesn't Kirby or DDD or really any character based around inhaling use, like, inhaling as part of their throws and grabs? Well, I guess it's because Kirby's grabs reference suplex. But, like, still. There's some other fun things you could do with that. I don't know. It also is a command grab on their basic moveset, but it's... I don't know. Kind of just talked myself out of that. And then the down throw swaps to silver and performs a loop before landing on top of the opponent. Basic combo-ish throw overall. And for taunt, we get just a leap of anger. He's mad. That'd be a fun taunt to spam. There's not enough taunts that like, communicate rage. Side taunt takes on an egg and nurtures it. I like it. And down taunt is just... Oh, okay, just swaps to a random bird, and that bird does their own taunt. Nice! I like that. The final smash is the Mighty Eagle Strike. Red launches a sardine can from slingshot forwards. After a few seconds, the Mighty Eagle swoops in to catch the sardine can, dealing big damage and knockback to anything it hits in its way. Nice and simple and straightforward. I like it. Got some nice alternate costumes. This would be a very easy character to put alternate costumes on, too. You could probably even get away with making these alternates change, like, for every single bird as well. That's the advantage of simple graphics. Stage concept is Angry Birds. Please say that you can, like, any character can hop into these slingshots. You fling yourself from... Yeah! That's fun! That's so good! Oh, good. Just imagine the shenanigans you could get up to there. I think some of my favorite stages are ones like that, where you can give characters that normally don't have mobility tools any mobility tool, and just have fun with what you can do with that. That's so good. And it takes advantage of that by having very small platforms, so you're encouraged to use those mobility tools. This almost makes me want, like, multiple Angry Bird stages in the game. Like, that's such a fun idea. If they did this, they'd need to add the slingshot into Stage Builder, because that's just too good. Got some spirits, very nice. And that's about it. Bean's attempted incorporating Angry Birds into Super Smash Bros. Had fun making this concept. It was nice to delve into a big portion of my childhood once again. Remembers when there were like 20 million Angry Birds plush toys at a local Walmart. Fun fact, Angry Birds has made $9 billion from merchandise alone. Granted, that's the majority of the profit, but it's still impressive. That was absolutely delightful, Bien. Like, not only were just the graphics extremely fun, but I feel like this is a legitimately solid concept. Like, you picked one core gimmick, which was the neutral special slingshot, and kind of just built the entire moveset around that. It's a very simple and effective design that introduces a unique gameplay style into Smash Bros., references his series in a very fun way, and most importantly, it just sounds like a ton of fun. God, I wish I had enough experience with Angry Birds to, like, give some feedback, but, like, I don't know enough to really say one way or the other. And like, overall, I just want to play this. No, yeah, this is just great. This is just great. Like, if anybody else in the comments has any ideas, like, I'll happy to chat. This is chat. This is a live stream. I know this. But any ideas, I'd love to hear them. But otherwise, this is just solid A+. Wrecking Ball the character, throwing yourself around to destroy everything in your path. I really love the decision to make it a more of an aggressive glass cannon character than a zoner. Because, like, you see Angry Birds and you think zoner, that makes sense, but this captures the feel of it a lot more, because Angry Birds is all about destruction. And this does let you feel that way. Wait, Duke, find the Easter egg. Where is the Easter egg? Okay, this third page, right? Okay, hold on, I'll get this. I've been noticing this. Hold on. Yeah, now I'll humor you for this. 1 second. HTTPS. There's a broken link scattered throughout this. There's the next one. Boop. Boop. Keep going. Where's the next? Aha! Bubble. I don't think I got the one there. There we go. I will find this egg. This is silly. I love this. Thank you. Boop. And is that all of them, or is there? I think there was one more. Yeah, right there, right at the end. And okay. Shoot. 1 second. No, just. Oh no! I did it wrong. No! Okay, where did I miss it? Ah, I see. There was a parenthesis there. Stand by for technical difficulties. Ha! I win. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. That was funny. That just made me unironically very happy. Thank you. I love finding little surprises like that. Alright, well done, Bien. Next up, we're gonna move on to a little short one from... I forgot to write the name for this. Was this... Ah, yes. From Joshua, not applicable. I believe that is the right way to say this. Just a quick little idea. I'll quickly share it in the chat as well. For Banjo, Threeie. Put that in the chat, swap over. Let's do this. The game would start with that fourth wall breaking god from Nuts and Bolts. He's all whiny and downtrodden about how poorly people like to... Okay, unironically, if this is how they start Banjo 3, I will respect the writers for that game more than any other. That would be so funny. Then another god shows up and reprimands what he did, saying that it's fine, he wanted to innovate, but it came at the cost of the core of what made the game. But don't worry, we can fix it. With that, he summons the BK characters, updates their graphics and appearances, and says that it's in prep for a new game, one that goes back to its roots, and he has a way to fix the flop that they underwent. The others don't believe that's possible. The god looks down and says with a snap, the background seemingly going into rewind before he looks at the player, saying, I have my ways. Oh geez, this is an edit version. Okay. Just nobody poke anything. I won't do so either. This is why it's important to share it in ways that people can view, not edits. But we should be fine. The screen turns foggy and then zooms out. Showing it's in the thought bubble, linking to a sleeping Banjo, it pops and he tells Kazooie that he had the strangest dream. Kazooie just says, to go back to sleep, that she's still exhausted from that game of kick-up they played in Gruntilda's undead skull at the end of the second game. Meanwhile, back at her tower, Gruntilda wonders why she feels so slimy. The slime being the same color as the vat her head was in Nuts and Bolts, saying that the only slime around is down all the way in the moat that she complains. Then, there's a time skip, with Grunty having gathered some charred bone fragments and sets in front of the several ton weight she used to crush her own sisters for failing the quiz game trap, killing any that failed at the quiz rounds she set up, after she hops over to said pile with a magic book in her skull's mouth. With a spell, she uses her remains and that of her sisters to make a new body, though she gains talking body parts for her sisters on her body in the process. That's some Monty Python, which direction are you supposed to go in kind of nonsense. I love that. After having gained her body back, Grunty has realized why she lost to Banjo. All of Banjo's friends taught the BK duo to be a jack of all trades, with enough powers to match. So if extreme magic and extreme tech can't take the duo down, then it's time to fight fire with fire. They need some new powers of their own. Her sisters ask her where they get such, when they're the strongest being on the islands. Grunty then states, if there's nothing for us on the islands, it's time to travel beyond them. As they leave the tower, one of the NPCs Banjo-Kazooie helped on their journey notices and leaves to tell BK and their friends about their return. After they get told about this, Jam Jars have them do a refresher course on all their moves before he allows them to continue, stating that his brother will get them a lead to where the witches are once they get the kinks out. Once they finish, they learn Grunty's head out of the country for some reason, and they intend to follow, despite Banjo's complaints. But since they're heading beyond their relatively peaceful island, Jam Jar says he'll take a more active part in things this time around. Mumbo and Humba. How do you say that? Humba? Probably Humba. That works better with Mumbo. Wish to do so too. Getting some basic tutorials for each along the way, and with Jam Jars kicking some butt due to the witches having learned they're getting followed and sending some grunts after them. After following through though, they're shocked to see the wide road they've exited into. There's no way they can make it across without some help before getting exhausted. At this point, some merchants pop up to offer some help, being the two gods in fairly good disguise, though still showing enough hints to make it fairly obvious what they are. With this, the Between Kingdoms segments are revealed, where creating and using vehicles is introduced. There's only a limited number of collectibles for the vehicle segments, and there are some that are more character-focused skill sets that can only be reached via vehicles as well. I like that it's not completely throwing away Nuts and Bolts, because that is a bad game. Like, let's not beat around the bush. It's a bad game. But I don't think it's good to try something bad and just throw every idea you had away with it. It doesn't mean that the core of the idea is awful, it just means that it wasn't implemented well. Most ideas are decent, it's just a matter of implementation, and if you can figure out a way to do it properly, then, like, go for it. I kind of related, I edited the DK December video for Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. Very similar thing. Had fun ideas, it was just, well, it was bad. Didn't capitalize on them. But there's always potential in even the worst of ideas. Okay, where was I? I went on a tangent there. When going to the various kingdoms, one will be the home of the animal prints that were introduced in Diddy Kong Racing. Though whether the characters themselves are in it or just referenced depends on copyright deals. There'll be various other references and or cameos spread throughout the kingdoms involving Conker, Donkey Kong, and Mario, spreading some unheard lore of those locations in the process. As for new gameplay, Banjo and Kazooie doesn't get much new stuff other than items and pads and such, though they would get more moves individually. They can get split up into Banjo and Kazooie and combined with new allies to play as... Sorry. Got a bit of a sore throat today. It's a bit hard to talk, but that's fine. And combine them with new allies to play as thanks to an enchantment that they find. Namely being able to play as and combine as Mumbo, Humba, and Jam Jars. For Mumbo, he starts to learn that he can use his shock stick in new, more powerful ways. And maybe learn to summon certain items like from the first game's intro. Can still use Mumbo pads for spells and new skills by combining with Banjo or Kazooie. So by combining, are we talking like a chimera, a fusion together? Or does, like, Banjo ride on Mumbo's back piggyback or vice versa? That could actually be really funny. Like, you're just changing who's carrying who. And watch as Kazooie struggles to carry Mumbo around. That'd actually be really great. When combined with Banjo, he rides in his pack and control. Oh, actually, I should have just kept reading. You can transform Banjo into different elemental forms to grant new abilities, like a flame body to float through hot gas areas, or a stone body for carrying huge objects, or a mist body to pass through certain structures. When combined with Kazooie, Kazooie's found to shoot out and can replicate, channeling Mumbo spells through them for longer distance, weaker assaults, and spell traps that can target either enemies or environments, depending on the spell used. Though to compensate for the individual weakness, the fact that you can use them at a distance and as traps can allow for combined spell results. For Humba, she uses various potions containing her transformative juices for her combat and strategy. She transforms enemies in ways to help solve puzzles, using the enemy monsters as the components. That's fun! That's kinda got some, Mario Odyssey possess the enemies to use the enemies vibes. I like that. When she combines with Banjo in his pack, she allows Banjo to shift into abstract forms, one of which is based off of Luffy from ability-like movements, specialized in various mutations. Perhaps another that is bigger but not as fast as Gold Feather, that is meant for defending allies or structures that are being moved. Perhaps overall body enhancement that her potions enhance, like one mode grants enhanced chi assaults, another grants psionics that can be enhanced for a big brain state, another could be physical mutations like with his fur, or enhanced senses, perhaps. When she combines with Kazooie, she can turn Kazooie into various animal steeds to help her traverse various environmental hazards. That's funny! I love the idea of shapeshifting Kazooie and just complaining about every single animal she transforms into and how they're all inferior to her bird form. That'd be great. Then Jam Jar is the combat specialist. He starts out with basic egg moves he taught Banjo and Kazooie, via wielding an egg shooter gun. When crouching, he places his hand on the gun handle as well as in prep for a quick draw, or perhaps a digger specialist, using digging with his combat and movement capabilities. When combined with Kazooie, he can enhance melee by turning Kazooie into various weapon forms, like axe form with the wings or pile driver gauntlet. Okay, and in that case, Kazooie would be delighted. Kazooie absolutely strikes me as a character that would love being just various weapons. But his real specialty is turning him into flight form. which allows Kazooie to fly while having Jamdars handle artillery with multiple swords, making him like an aerial combat fighter. Thinkerfish says, don't mispronounce Luffy's names. You'll fill up the comments, but that's so much free engagement, though. I think that's why half people say his name is Luffy anyways. Because that's just free publicity. Who would say no to that? And of course, there will still be full-form transformations like in the previous game, done by both Mumbo and Humba. They challenge each other to do transformations that they're not used to. With that in mind, Mumbo chooses to go for machine-based transformations. A number of these would have a number of gadgets you can interact with in ways you couldn't before, some even able to shift form. This puts Humba in a bit of a predicament. She can't do things she's used to, so she can't do animals, she can't do machines and objects since that's what Mumbo's doing, and she can't do elementals since she can't stand doing the same as Mumbo. With that in mind, she decides to do something special, so she ends up doing necromancy forms? They can see and interact with things in the world that they've never seen before, each having different specialties. At first, when hearing this, Banjo and Kazooie don't think it's a good idea, not wanting to be stuck like Gruntilda. Humba explains that it won't be the same. For Grunty, she's stuck like that due to being a withered shadow of herself, having lost a lot of life force to the point of being unable to return to normal that easily. But with Banjo and Kazooie still very much filled with life, she can not only return them to normal afterwards, but also grant necromantic forms at a higher tier than what Gruntilda went through. You have an enhanced skeletal monster, growing additional bone for armor, living shadows, ethereal rift. Ooh, okay, so it's going like just kind of everything that would fall in the undead category in like a D&D setting. That's fun. Got a wraith, a construct, a flesh abomination, possessed materials, possessed plants, dead swarm of parts. just Banjo and Kazooie disassembling like a Lego piece and just swirling around. That'd be funny. Living slime and a final form combining aspects of each. I'm surprised there's not a vampire form there. To help with this, while in necromantic forms, new things from the spiritual side of things can now be seen and interacted with, basically transforming a good portion of the levels. Yeah, that's fun! That's an interesting new layer to things. I always love when games give like a speak with dead or spirits kind of ability. There's a whole separate layer of communicating with NPCs and just interacting with the world around you. And the final boss fight is actually a final boss kingdom with many side quests and bosses spread throughout. To take down resulting monsters... To try and take down the resulting monstrosity the witch siblings have become. Allows you to use the entire set of... Oh yeah, it's also like a mirrored theme, with Grunty being in a dead kind of amalgamation that lets Banjo be the same way. That just clicked with me. That's really good. Allows them to use the entire set of learned mechanics to take them down, including taking down their still dangerous ghosts, due to even the transformations to take them down. Likely with either cameos or mentions of items from other franchises that share their world as known thanks to Banjo being in Diddy Kong Racing. And that's all. Short, simple, and to the point. This kind of reminds me of, Sakurai did a video on presenting ideas quickly and effectively, and I think this succeeds at doing so. It's only a few pages for an entire game, but it goes through... Like, I have a mental image of in my head of how this game would function, which is a really good sign for a successfully presented idea. Griefing Golem says, takes dead game to a new positive way. That's just another layer. I love it. But yeah, this is really solid. Like, literally resurrecting Banjo and Kazooie from the dead. It builds on it in interesting ways. Has some fun cameos to other Rare franchises. I don't know how well that would work, but like... If copyright issue strikes, this idea doesn't need those issues to be able to stand on its own 2 feet. Yeah, this is just fun. I can't really say anything else apart from that. Partially because I just haven't played Banjo games, so I don't really know, like, if things could be taken further. I think that the only thing that's really missing here is just, I think it would be nice to get, like, just maybe a sentence or two just describing various worlds that could exist here. I think that's the only piece of my mental picture of this that's missing. Like, what's the snow level? What's the water level? Do we throw away basic level gimmicks like that entirely and just really focus on, like, the spooky side of things? Like, do we have a haunted mansion level? Do we have a mummy's pyramid or something like that? Like, it's does the level design just a big Luigi's Mansion themed kind of deal? There's a lot of fun ways you could, like, think about that, and that'd be a lot of fun. That's a good point, Carson. It also doesn't mention any collectathon aspects whatsoever. Oh, I say that, but there's literally there's only a limited number of collectibles for the vehicle segments, which suggests that there is, but, like, maybe a little bit talking about those as well, just, like, what incentivizes people to search for things. But again, I'm basically nitpicking at that point. This exists to be a good, like, reference to an idea for a sequel, and it succeeded doing that, which is fun. Right, well done, Joshua Not Applicable. That was a lot of fun to read through. Let us move on to the next. Alright. This was an interesting one. This is a crossover character in a game, but it's not for Smash Brothers. It's for a game called Risk of Rain 2. I don't know if that game does crossovers. But it's one for, of all characters, Ahri from League of Legends. I don't know if it's like a thing or if this is just out of the blue, but it caught my attention, so yeah, I'm down for it. Alright. Vixen, the fox-eared weirdo, or Ahri from League of Legends in Risk of Rain 2. People play League of Legends for a lot of reasons. The story, the characters, arcane, but not the gameplay. Well, there are many people that would say otherwise. The game isn't really the reason most people play it. It's merely just clicking multiple times to get to the enemy bases, only to click more as you fight. I don't agree with that. MOBAs are my favorite genre. It's just dealing with the racist mouth breathers. Like, it's annoying. No, the gameplay's fun. I don't agree with this. To repeat that again, there's some fun elements to that game. Basically 50% meaningless waiting and 50... you don't understand MOBAs, my friend. But that's fine, that's fine. But there's a game that shares the cooldown system of League, but with more of the meaningful clicking that makes it sometimes fun. I should explain that a little better. MOBAs are based around a lot of team positioning and just teamwork in general, which is why they get so toxic, because it revolves around working with other people, which the internet just isn't very good at doing. It's the game that is being talked about here. Risk of Rain 2 can be seen as a little unapproachable to new players due to its roguelike nature and demanding unlock system. One needs to beat the game to get one of the characters, which is not an easy task. When the game is mastered, however, it is very fun to understand the mechanics, items, and to go to town on the poor locals of Petrichor 5. Its mechanics are kind of a better League. It even has the best element from the game, clicking in a way that avoids enemies' attacks but still kills them. However, that's not enough of a flex. There needs to be a character from League that accentuates this feature, and it's found in mods. To Risk of Rain's credits, it's easy to mod, leading people to add their favorite characters to the game, including characters from League of Legends. However, there is no mod for the Kitsune Vastaya, Ahri, which is weird considering that she's statistically the best character. What? Do I want to click on this? I'm going to click on this in a different window and move it. Is this safe to click on? Interesting. Okay. For guys, she's the most attractive. For gals, she's second to Jinx. Interesting. I forgot to share this. Darn it. 1 second. Copy. Put and paste. There we go. Alright. That's a good way of putting it, Gollum. It's about when you click, not click to win. There's a lot of strategy around it. People love her, including people who don't like League like me. In fact, she was the reason why I even cared about the game in the first place. Make a mod of her. However, it would be inappropriate to just rip her model from one game to another. She wouldn't be able to breathe. That's why she has a new design. Is this custom artwork? Nice! Ahri was once a young adult Threeie who merged cunning with impulse. While she wasn't as primal as she was in her youth, she still found it somewhat hard to rein in her past ways. But that was her younger years. Now in an age with starships and drones, wisdom has come her way, but age has too. In an attempt to reclaim that precious youth of her golden years, the Vixen decides to board the UCS Safe Travels to sail the stars, much like how she sailed society in her youth. Unfortunately, in a turn of events that may or may not have involved her, the ship crashes and now she has to evacuate to the dangerous planet of Petrichor V. 5. But that doesn't matter to her. Here she can finally use her powers once again, as in toying the weak-minded locals before feasting on their unique souls. It's the time of her life, even if she is killed by a blazing bronze construct. I unfortunately don't know anything about Risk of Rank, so I can't really say what these stats mean. She's a high-skill, high-health-stealing survivor that prioritizes weaving in and out of enemies' attacks to maintain constant and deadly pressure. I do like health stealing. Having a build built around a lifesteal in a just in a roguelike is a really fun risk reward, because it basically forces aggression to stay alive. Alright, while she does have a high walk speed at 8... See, is this meters per second? Is this miles per second? I have no idea. It's probably meters per second. I've seen Risk of Rain gameplay. Sounds about right. And some long-range options to avoid conflict. Her playstyle is more about weaving in and out of attacks to like consistent and powerful pressure. She has high damage and close quarters moves, after all. Unfortunately, her low health does force her to stay out of conflict when the going gets tough. This somewhat resembles my favorite element of League of Legends, as in clicking around to avoid and deal attacks. That's fun elements of League, it is what I want the most in this character. But let's not focus on Mercy. After all, the Vixen does have other things to look forward to besides stupid mod philosophies, like items, new memories, and... oh wait, new memories. This is really nice art. Like, this is so far beyond what I could draw of myself. Well, to be fair, that's not a very high bar. The point is, it's good. When the Vixen kills an enemy, their soul slowly flies to her, healing her by 10% of her health due to their unique and exhilarating nature. Also because she's never done this in ages. The slow movement of the souls adding to the demand on the player to avoid attacks and to prioritize close range attacks, like Orb of Obsession. Okay, but this is fun in like a roguelike because you need to heal, but you also need to run. So I can see like super high stress areas where you're trying to dodge around a bullet hell of attacks, but like looking for like the blue globules that will heal you. Turning that sort of bullet hell kind of gameplay into something more of along the lines of only run into this specific color or something like that, which is fun. Primary is the Orb of Deception. Throws it forward for 200% damage. Release to make it stay in place, generating continual damage for 100. Oh my gosh, numbers are hard. Every 1 second. Press it again to retrieve it for 200% damage. Just a little, like, damage over time turret you can throw out. While it can be used to deal damage afar, as the Vixen fastens her cancerous goat leg, it also means her... Oh, right, okay, yeah. I remember Ahri's lore. Okay. Way to deal insane damage up close. All the players need to do is click the mouse like they found a giant cookie. Secondary is the Orb of Brutality. Has it turned into a small, fast bolt that deals a ton of damage, and if you press it again, it explodes. dealing 450% damage to anyone, including her, in a large radius. It will then quickly float back to her, giving her any spirits that is killed in the blast. Oh, so you can, like, grab healing by killing them with this. Okay, this is fun. Like, I've never played Risk of Rain 2, but I can understand, like, the playstyle of how this would work in a roguelike game. Which is neat. Again, if you have a successful mental image in somebody's head, you've successfully presented your ideas. Well done. Primary is Foxfire. Summons 5 Foxfire spirits that spin around as she rapidly fires. I'm gonna stop saying the percentages, because it's just messing with how I'm speaking. Does a bunch of damage while circling her, and a bit less when firing them. So it's kind of a Ganon bat attack in Link to the Past. They have unlimited range unless they're a good long-range tool. They can also be used to disperse of huge crowds by facing her back to them. Secondary is Fox Spark. And 3 overloaded fires. Thanks to the Artificer, trials a powerful attack by rapidly spinning them. Sorry, I'm starting to mumble. It's hard to list off, like, stats very, very quickly. At the same time, an electric ball. So if I'm understanding this right for how Risk of Rain works, it seems like you have multiple different just weapons that you can cycle through. Like, this is the primary, this is the secondary for this weapon. This is the primary, this is the secondary. And you can just swap... No, oh wait, no, I'm seeing here now. There's a little cooldown up here. So this is like the just main attack. Well, this is like an ability that you can use. I see. Okay. The sparks while charging have a hitbox of 15% and nullify attacks that hit them, destroying them. Like, nullifying projectiles is also a great way to have a really high intensity lifesteal character. I will say that she has to be really fragile for this playstyle to work. Like, for having this much healing, you should also have, like, the lowest health in the game. That's what would make a design like this the most engaging. A powerful blast or nothing. Ignoring that, walking to the Mithrix. It's probably a Risk of Rain thing. See a look on his face when he can't murder the vixen with one finger. Oh wait, he doesn't really have... Yeah, it's a Risk of Rain reference. That's fine. Got another cooldown here. Dashes forward and fires an essence bolt 3 times, each dealing a bunch of damage. She automatically focuses on a target as to not give anyone using the move arthritis. Utility-based move that you can fire while moving. I like it. And the secondary is her Spirit Dash, which is a more powerful utility move, dashing a long distance and then throwing bolts after the dash. Okay. Another aim automatically kind of deal. This is interesting. Oh, does the other ones have this? Oh! So the secondary is something that you unlock. While the primary is just what starts... Okay. No, okay. I am following. This is funny. I am seeing a presentation of a character, but I'm also kind of just learning how the game works in the same time. It's interesting. It's a very interesting way to be introduced to a game. I had something similar happen with the Binding of Isaac concept a few episodes back. This is a 30-second cooldown, so this is probably the ultimate ability. And it's already ultimate from League, so that makes sense. It's a slight homing projectile to a non-boss, charming them upon hitting. Which will make them glow pink while fighting for her. However, that beetle guard of hers is losing health and will have all her life drained in 9 seconds, so will sadly have to kill it herself if she wants any gold. But hey, they've outlived their usefulness. That's fun. It's just a timed life. Get a little turret for yourself for a second, and then you can drain them for money and healing. Secondary is frightening. The vixen lets forth a frightening visage that frightens a non-boss target, forcing them to maintain a 25-meter distance distance from her. They can attack her from that distance, but are forced to move when the Vixen enters their range. Acquired by a charmed ally, the Vixen taking 6 enemies HP to 0. These feel too different to be different, like just an upgrade to the move. I think this is a toggle that you can swap between. That would make more sense to me. Alright. Also has a voice. Characters in ROT don't have much personality, only having in lore and text splashes. She'd have that, of course. It would be muffled due to her mask and maybe a bit lower to her age. It's really fun to see a Foxman tease instant bugs. Just please use her basic attack voice clips for her primary. Let's have her quip when needed, maybe a once every minute and a half as a reward, not dropping one-liners every nanosecond. Beat the game of Vixen's secret difficulties unlocked. Star Guardian. I can't stand the Star Guardian stuff in League. I don't play the game, but I love the lore. It's just fun watching the writers play with different skin lines, but they always just go back to the same stuff over and over and over again. And I'm just bored of it. This stuff. I wish I could, say for example... Yeah, going from the lore. Star Guardian in League is essentially just Sailor Moon. That's like the closest comparison you can make. It's Sailor Moon League of Legends. It's just following that line of logic. Gonna teach schoolgirl. She's gotta go and play the game. She's gotta go help on what was the name of the planet? Something 5, Paradox 5, something like that. Petrichor 5, that was it. But that's fun. Well, it's great when you have a roguelike and you can like unlock different variations of a character. Like the weapon differences in Hades. It's just neat. There's some dangerous vibes from the spacesuit to Ahri. We made sure that she would never get out alive. Definitely level Shimmer, which is as hard as vanilla. Game becomes hell from there. It goes like this. She kind of just... Her gimmick is she kind of levels up throughout, and the difficulty gets progressively harder. That's interesting. Starting as a, as like a power trip, but slowly growing the further you get in a run. That's fun. I always got some memes here. I'll let people read these in their own time, because I do want to get to a bunch of other things. But this was fun! Oh, this is important, also. Oh no, these are just joke credits. This was made by Ferality93. I think I forgot to say that, actually. This was a very fun way to be introduced to a game I've never played before. I really enjoyed this. Because I'm sure I'm missing like a few things about how Risk of Rain works. Like, I have no idea what the health means, what the speed means. But you have not only successfully presented a character idea for the game, you have successfully taught people kind of how the game works at the same time, which I think is really cool. Well done, Ferality. Alright, unfortunately, I can give absolutely no feedback on this, because I just don't know about Risk of Rain in the slightest. I guess I could just throw out one thing, that maybe just for the fun of it, kind of play with the idea of using other skin lines that Ahri has had. Just to see what else you can do with the ideas. Because that would be nice and fun. It's also just Peasant's perspective-wise, it's nice to have a break from Smash Brothers while still kind of just playing with the overall theme of character concepts that is the mainstay of this series. That's just neat. I like it. Alright, next up. We have an idea from... Oh, hey, this is fun. Alright, those were the three first additions to Peasant's perspective, but from this point forward, everything is a second submission from somebody that's already appeared before. And you'll know this submission from a certain... I'm actually going to check this real quick. No, I know this. I remember. From a certain Smash Brothers moveset about a certain prince that can turn into a frog. This is from Joshbra / Meat Mage. Put it here as... I think it was under Joshbra credited last time, but I was submitted as Meat Mage this time. I see Josh in the comments as well. So we're going to tackle Josh's ideas for fixing Fire Emblem in Smash. Was my outline up there? God damn it. Hold on. Just pretend like you didn't see any spoilers if you saw what was coming up. Oops. This is fine. Alright. How Josh would fix Fire Emblem's representation in Super Smash Brothers. Disclaimer, this is purely hypothetical. I do not think I am better at game design than Sakurai. Also, minor spoilers for a bunch of Fire Emblem games. Let me share the link real quick. Boop. And boop. There we go. That being said, in this document, I'll be proving that I, a person with too much free time on my hands and no experience in the game, and the issue is better at game design than Sakurai. Josh was introduced to Fire Emblem through Smash Brothers, like most people. He was playing through Subspace Emissary when all of a sudden this young-looking hero wielding a two-handed sword like it was a fly swatter became the only character in the entire campaign to disarm one of the subspace bombs on his own, and had one of the best, most badass introductions I've ever seen a character get. That really was just such a cool... just showcase. I don't know if that's the best cutscene in Subspace Emissary, but it's like top 5, no question. Since that moment, Josh has been in love with Fire Emblem. While he hasn't played all of the games, I still have enjoyed the ones I have played, with one exception being... Yeah, that's fair, with a few of them becoming some of Josh's favorite games. He loves strategy-based gameplay, as well as its expansive stories and its fascinating characters and worlds. Unfortunately, Smash does not share the same love that Josh has for the series. But what do you mean? Says the average Joe who hasn't played a single game with Emblem in the title. It has so many characters. How can it be poorly represented? To be honest with you, Joe, I still don't get it. Why give Fire Emblem so many characters if you aren't going to actually represent the series well? Today, Josh will be attempting to figure out what exactly is so wrong with Fire Emblem and Smash Brothers and put forward how they would personally fix it. Obviously, he's got a ton of the gift of hindsight here, but I still mainly just wanted to push my ideas forward since he loves Fire Emblem and to at least think about what we could have had. So, what is exactly wrong with Fire Emblem's representation? There are multiple reasons as to what is exactly wrong, but I believe I have figured out the four main problems are. Problem 1. They all use swords. Which, haha, too many sword fighters, but like, it is a legitimate criticism. Thanks to Smash, any outsider looking into Fire Emblem would think that the whole series is just blue-haired heroes swinging around their specially named swords. And that'd be sorta right, to be honest, but when it comes to weapons, Fire Emblem has far more options to use than just the old bladed bludgeon. There are axe users, lance users, bow users, dark magic users, light magic users, elemental magic users, knife users, and now gauntlet users. Also throw in there shapeshifters and mounted riders, all that good stuff. And yet, all of the Fire Emblem fighters still just use a sword. Occasionally one of them will bring along a few magic tomes or borrow some weapons from their students, but they still mainly use a sword in their movesets. To be fair, most of the non-Echo Fire Emblem fighters do use their swords in a pretty unique way that differentiates them from each other ever so slightly. Marth uses his like a rapier to show him as the proper duelist. Roy uses his reverse grip and has a more aggressive rushdown-oriented playstyle to fit the personality Smash made up for him. Ike swings his around like a rough-and-tumble fighter he is. Robin uses the Levin sword in tandem with their magical abilities. Corrin's chainsaw sword is unique to them, and so is their hybrid transformation, and Byleth's swordplay is refined with no clear weaknesses to fit them being an unfeeling, unbeatable mercenary, and also takes advantage of its nature as a whip sword. Counterpoint, it's still just a sword. No matter how many ways you swing it, all of these characters' attacks will end up blurring together with all of them in the same game alongside multiple other sword fighters from other series. Still, this problem has gotten so bad that Fire Emblem series icon in Smash is not the literal Fire Emblem, but instead just another sword. I've never thought about it like that, but that's kind of funny. Smash makes new fans think it's the weapon circle and not the weapon triangle. Even though with the introduction of brawling, it's more of a weapon Star of David now. that's kind of true, yeah. Doesn't help that 3 of them essentially use the same sword. Fire Emblem doesn't just have a wide range of weapons to choose from, but also a wide variety of classes, and just like its weapons, Smash completely squanders the potential that comes from showing off different classes. Just look at this, it's a disgrace. Marth, Lord, Lucina, Lord, Roy, Lord, Chrom, Lord, Ike, Hero, which really he is still just the Lord of that game, Robin, Strategist, Corrin, Lord, and Byleth is a bit of a hodgepodge, but probably. I think it's safe to say that Byleth is like the, what's the, I think the best, is it like the no, it's not Strategist, it's Weapon Master from Fates. It's kind of the closest to what he would be. See the problem? They're all just lords. The only exceptions are Ike, who represents the hero class quite well, and Robin, who just represents a class exclusive to them. There is so much potential for classes other than lords in Smash. Fire Emblem has... Okay, this is a lot. Warriors, brigands, fighters, berserkers, pirates, barbarians, griffin riders, wyvern riders, armored knights, generals, great knights, cavaliers, paladins, lance knights, soldiers, pegasus riders, bow knights, archers, snipers, mages, warlocks, sorcerers, shamans, druids, summoners, valkyries, dark flyers, dark mages, dark bishops, dark knights, grimoires, monks, bishops, priests, clerics, holy knights, war monks, clerics, war masters, brawlers, grapplers, and dancers. Just to name a few. And while this concept obviously cannot include all of them, I will at least try to include more of that from what Smash has already given us. Even when it comes to sword users in Fire Emblem, there is a lot of variety in terms of the classes they use. After all, they have sword masters, assassins, tricksters, thieves, myrmidons, dreadfighters, ninjas, mercenaries, and knights. To be fair to Smash, Fire Emblem itself does suffer from the problem of too many of its characters using swords, and swords having the highest variety of classes that use them. Also throw out there that the importance of the characters very heavily favors sword users. That's just the main character often just has the sword. While obviously this is a problem with the series itself, Dross still wanted to attempt to avoid this issue by making new fighters I'm adding very distinct. I just like to address what Duke of Dorks... Oh, that's me! Said in his Smash design tier list. Being that going forward, Smash should just add character classes rather than specific characters. I think it's a neat idea, but I prefer it for actual characters to represent different classes instead of a personality-less moveset. That just has a few familiar faces slapped onto it in alternate costumes. That's fair. Problem 3, they're all just lords, but the Echo Fighter. Now this is where things get confusing. For those unaware, a lord in Fire Emblem typically refers to both a prominent class that is used by most protagonists, and is also just another name for the protagonists themselves. The problem is about the protagonist part, since we just talked about the class part. There are currently no non-lord characters from Fire Emblem playable in Smash. I get that Chrom is Awakening's protagonist with Ruben, oh my gosh, with Robin and Lucina being side characters, but Robin is the player avatar. And spoilers for later, Lucina is getting removed due to me not wanting to give the same game multiple reps. There are also no villains from the franchise, which is a shame and will be one of the main things I work towards fixing both of these issues with this concept. This reality is an issue as almost all Fire Emblem protagonists have little to no personality with a few exceptions. I wouldn't go quite that far, but it is a case where they're very vanilla personalities. Like, Chrom has a personality, but it's a very basic one. Ike has a personality, but it's a very basic one. it's not... Well, no, I give Ike more credit than that. Ike's pretty good. But, like, you get what I mean. The Lord is generally the backboard that all the other characters bounce off of. Fire Emblem has a ton of characters that come in all shapes and sizes, and while I am prioritizing having better weapon and class representation for this concept, adding at least a single villain and a few non-lords was on my checklist. Problem 4, they're all Smash original. What I mean by this is that the Fire Emblem characters in Smash rarely ever actually reference their games in their movesets. Occasionally they'll bring along a mechanic in Fire Emblem or someone else's weapon, but most of these Fire Emblem fighters' movesets are completely Smash original. In this concept, I would like to include far more references to the actual attack animations of Fire Emblem in their movesets. This means I will be completely removing counters from most of the Fire Emblem cast. I get they are meant to represent counter-attacking on an enemy phase, but that's a very minor concept to dedicate a whole move to. And Smash treats it like counters are a staple of the franchise, when in reality that's just not the case. So, who's staying? In order to fix Fire Emblem's representation in Smash, I'm going to need to remove a few of its fighters and represent them with better picks. 3 of them will be staying, due to their uniqueness and what they represent for the franchise. That doesn't mean they are safe from changes, so I will also be suggesting how certain moves could be swapped for different things in order to better suit their playstyle or reference actual attack animations from the Fire Emblem games. Marth. Obviously, he's the face of Fire Emblem, and without his inclusion in Melee, Fire Emblem would not be nearly as big as it was today. Sure, he's a bit boring, but we love Marth, right? At least I do. Though I thought he was cool as hell when I first started playing him. I think Tipper as a mechanic is very underrated in how it represents range and movement in Fire Emblem, and how you need to be aware of your positioning in order to succeed. I will also be using it as a reference to how other characters' weapons will function, as it is something I'd argue should be somewhat of a consistent main gimmick for the Fire Emblem fighters. As with a few character-specific alterations, it works well for the other 2 corners of the weapon triangle. I don't hate counter on Marth since it fits this whole duelist theme. I just have a problem with how it's in almost every Fire Emblem moveset and almost every sword fighter in the game. I don't want it to be his down special though. I instead replace it with a Lord Hop idea that I suggested while doing the Smash Design character tier list. That fits his playstyle really well. It's also a common tool among footsie... Is this a, No, it just links to me. That's me! Hi! there's an animation in the GBA lore as well, kind of just hop back and forth to kind of dance in range for attacks. It's kind of like, the Shoryuken motion with Kazi, where you can kind of quickly dash forward. Let me grab some water real quick. I want to note that this is a very long concept. I'm not going to go through all of it, because it's kind of a glossary linking to other movesets, but I wanted to get through the main, like, chunk of what this is suggesting, because I think it's a good point. Fire Emblem does kind of just stink in Smash Brothers. Up there with Zelda, it's what I want to be, like, reworked in a future game. That fits his playstyle really well, and it's also a common tool among footsies-focused characters in other fighting games, so it works perfectly. This could also be used to give Marth an air dash, something that none of the cast really has. Air dashes are pretty common in anime fighters, so this makes Marth the definitive anime swordsman. I'd probably move counter to his shield special instead as an alternative to parrying that only he has. That'd be fun, I like that. Sure, you don't get to follow up with whatever you want, but the window of opportunity is larger. Because of this, I'd probably make the counterattack a bit weaker. I'd also like it if a few of his moves were changed to reference the games more, such as his dash attack being changed to a charging stab like this animation. Is this a GIF or a... It's just a GIF. Okay, I'll open this real quick. Something like that. Also makes the Falchion deal more damage to dragon monster characters will be funny. On one hand, I hate this, because that's just kind of mean to certain character designs. But on the other hand, it kind of puts forward a, like, counter-pick meta, which I kind of love the idea for, but you kind of have to completely upend the balance of the game to implement that. You have to be able to, like, swap between characters to, like, deal with that rock, paper, scissors kind of matchup. Problem I've always had with Marth in both Smash Brothers and Fire Emblem is that Marth has essentially no personality of his own. While I'm not going to pull a Roy and make up a completely new personality for him, him being the only noble lord in this game does somewhat alleviate this issue. As a side note, going forward from Marth, I would love if they made Marth similar to Percy from Epitaph Erased, where she's a very lawful good character, but is mostly played for laughs. That's Jello Apocalypse's series, I believe. It's a fun time. Also, it's probably my most noted concept might be on it, since I've been working on something related. Was that the Havoc thing, probably? I think so. Bet you've never seen someone talk about Marth for that long, huh? Having talked about Marth for longer, yeah, but... I will say that, even just in general, I feel like Marth just needs, across Fire Emblem, just more for his personality. Like, it's not a good thing when the face of your franchise is kinda just milquetoast bland. And I think Percy's a good fit for that. Next up, Ike. We like Ike. Everyone likes Ike. It's an interesting case. I once called Ike the face of the franchise. I think a better way of putting it is, it's kind of the meme of, yeah, like, you know, the come for Marth, stay for Ike, that sort of thing. Like, I should have phrased that better, but I'll stick with it. Like, you know what I mean. Marth is what catches your attention, but Ike is what gets you to stay around. Because Ike is just so cool. He has no business being as cool as he is. Consistently one of, if not the most loved Fire Emblem protagonists, and his moveset is pretty much perfect. Only make a few changes to it. First, I'd move Aether to his down special to be less of a recovery option and more of a kill option, with now being stronger but being unable to grab ledges. I've never seen somebody suggest that, but I kinda love that. Turns it into a more of a, like, catch and kill kind of tool. And that lets you, like, really just go crazy with how strong it is, which is how strong it should be. I like that. Also, drop him straight down if he uses it in the air, like Bowser and Yoshi's down specials, to reference some of Ike's attack animations in Radiant Dawn. I changed his up special to something similar to Marth's Dolphin Slash, except stronger but slower, based on his critical hit animation. It can also be inputted during Ike's side special as a mix-up. I get why Ike's actual range beams aren't in the game as a spammable projectile, as that wouldn't fit his playstyle. But I still like it if, like, Link, using his side special at 0% could fire it. Like, his side special is slow enough to where it wouldn't exactly be spammable, to be fair. It wouldn't deal much damage, but would be a neat Easter egg to reference his game. I might argue that I just replace Eruption with it. Eruption is only there to reference the fact that he replaced Roy. I think turning that into a different kind of Cloud Blade Beam would work if you just make it, like, something slow to allow him to still keep his aggressive playstyle. Or maybe be something unflinching. I might actually like that more. If it's like a heavy damage, like, slash through the air, like how it is in Radiant Dawn, that doesn't deal much damage, but it forces people to deal with him because it's scary. It's an option you have to respect. I think I'd like that more, actually. And then Robin, you gotta have Robin. Right? Robin's so good at just representing how Fire Emblem actually works. First, in terms of changes, first, let Robin switch freely between using his Levin sword to his bronze sword whenever he wants through the use of his shield special. He's meant to embody that feeling of saving your strongest weapon for later, yet he doesn't really get the choice to conserve his sword. I agree with that. That's a nice touch. Next, give Robin more stuff that he can do with his specials. Make them chargeable like his neutral special currently is to cast different spells like hero specials. Give them different angles he can send the projectiles. Next, make up special fire the wind projectiles forwards instead of downwards when standing on the ground. giving Robin better zoning capabilities. Lastly, replace down special entirely. Spoilers for later, but I'm adding another Dark Mage. Yes! Playable Dark Mage is one of my most wanteds for Smash Brothers. That would be so good. Who's going? Lucina and Chrom. Yeah, we do not need 3 Awakening reps, and Robin is too unique. I love Chrom. I actually like Chrom too. Like, being voiced by Matthew Mercer is kind of a cheat, but it works regardless, and I just like the dude. But both he and Lucina don't bring that much in terms of movesets. But at least we can keep Robin's Final Smash the same now. Speaking of Robin, this is where I'm going to explain what I was talking about earlier. Robin's new down special is called Pair Up and summons either Chrom or Lucina to perform a lunging downward sword slash similar to Zelda's Phantom, with the Lord being chosen on the character select screen similar to how Pokemon Trainer can choose which Pokemon to start with. However, before both these Lords perform their attacks, Robin is capable of hitting them with his own spells, which will cause their swords to be infused with elemental energy and thus charges. Ooh, that's good! Oh, I like that. That gives another, like, tool in his arsenal. It gives another thing to juggle while he's using his weapons. Like, do I want to use this to infuse Chrom or Lucina with the elements? I like that! Like, it's not really a thing in Fire Emblem, but counterpoint, who cares? That's really fun! It's a cool way to represent Awakening's gameplay specifically rather than Fire Emblem as a whole, while also playing as Robin's role as a tactician. That might be one of my favorite additions I've ever heard for just Robin's moveset. And it tidies up the Fire Emblem roster. That's really good. I'm gonna cheat a little bit and replace both of these Echo Fighters with a single original fighter. I get that isn't the same amount of work, but this is just concepts, so don't get mad about it. For Roy, I appreciate what he's done for the franchise along with Marth, but I think he's far overstayed his welcome. There's a reason Marth is typically a must-have for every game since Melee, while Roy skipped out on both Brawl and Base Smash 4. I actually like Roy in his game rather than this new character Smash created, so yeah, he's gotta go. There's a problem, Roy is one of his mains. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be another Fire Sword user in Smash with an aggressive playstyle that could replace him. Cough, cough, soul bad guy, cough, cough. You know what, that would make cutting Roy feel a lot better if you put soul bad guy in it at the same time. He's kind of just better Roy in how he'd play. For Corrin, I'd like to say I don't really have an in-depth reason for this, but no, I just don't like Corrin. I don't like E-Fates either. Fuck that game. Doesn't deserve to be represented. Excuse my... Now, Fates is just... Fates is just such a... It has so many good gameplay ideas, but the story and characterization is just abysmal. Your mileage of the game will vary depending on what you get out of those specific traits. But even then, I think for what Corrin is, Corrin's just an enigma in Fire Emblem itself that really only represents themselves. And I feel like everything they could do, it could easily be done better by both other characters in Fire Emblem and other characters that could come from other games. It just takes up a lot of design space that could be better used elsewhere. And then Byleth, I love Three Houses, but man, Byleth is literally the most boring character from that game they could have gone with. More than Gilbert? Like, I think Byleth is definitely down there, but like, you probably forgot that Gilbert even exists in the game. The constant juggling of the 4 weapons doesn't fit Byleth's personality, if you can call it that, of being a stone-cold and concentrated mercenary. I wish their moveset used more brawling, since that is one of their proficiencies, and is completely exclusive to Three Houses. They also don't use a Gambit or their signature ability Divine Pulse, so that also sucks. To be fair, Violet didn't really become a character until Three Hopes, but they at least could have tried to give them something. They've gotta go. Now that we've removed these 5 from the game, let's start replacing them with better picks. These are a bit biased choices, but if you explain them... Alright, now, I kind of skimmed through this. Each of these links to an entire Fire Emblem, like an entire different concept. So I'm not going to read through all of them because that would take hours. But I will give like an introduction to what they are and kind of just breeze through each one. So to replace Lucina and Chrom is a friendly face of all Fire Emblem fans will know. Open link. Because of course. How is she not in the game already? You have the most recurring character, one that everybody loves. She's adorable. She's fun. But just no? No, Anna? Okay, sure. Next to Marth, Anna is probably one of the most iconic Fire Emblem characters and is arguably the series' mascot. She's appeared in almost every single game and is beloved by fans, so why not put her in Smash? She also has the advantage of having a very potentially unique moveset and gimmick, which further adds to why she should be included in Smash. Anna is also representing the Trickster class, English, hard. A class which I myself am very fond of and enjoy using. In Fire Emblem, Tricksters are a class that specialize in swords, bows, and magic staves. Although Three Houses kind of messed up class identity by throwing everybody with everything at everybody. That's probably my least favorite change in Three Houses. Like, I get why they did it, but I'm just not happy with it. They have low overall strength and defense, but have high speed, skill, dexterity, and luck. This means they can often hit enemies twice on the same turn, and their skill and luck means they have a ton of critical chance. They also have good magic and resistance stats, but are rather lacking in HP. Alright, I'm gonna kind of skim through this now, but if you want to read these on their own, like, I've shared the document, I'll share it again. I'll share the Anna one specifically, in case anybody just wants to, like, open it on another tab. But here is the Anna one. Anna's gimmick is based on her personal skill, Make a Killing, otherwise known as Easy Money or Payday. In Fire Emblem, what this does is that Anna will obtain an amount of gold from defeating an enemy, with that amount depending on her luck stat, which as mentioned before, is that Trickster is very high. It also just makes her a fun character to have on your team. In Smash, Anna is a resource meter management character similar to the characters like Cloud, Joker, and Hero. However, instead of having some magical meter she needs to fill up, the only thing Anna needs to fill her own pockets is some cold, hard cash. She will have a counter, but it's not a counter attack. Oh, no, counter over her portraits that shows how much gold she has. And she can gain gold through hitting her opponents with normal attacks. This is kind of what I want. The mental idea that I've always wanted for Tom Nook, but I think it actually fits Anna even better. She does not lose gold from getting hit or getting KO'd. Nothing can take away her hard-earned cash, except, you know, taxes. Alright, I'm gonna kind of just skim through this myself. She uses multiple different weapons, making her somewhat of a weapon master. Her side attacks have her use a sword, her up attacks use a lance, down attacks use an axe, and her neutral attacks use a bow. Kind of taking the spirit of Byleth and adding it onto a character that people actually have strong feelings towards. That's not fair, people like Byleth. The stoic mercenary type does appeal to many. But that character isn't in Smash, so you know what? Screw it. The only moves Anna doesn't have this for are her smash attacks and special moves and a few of her throws. Alright, I'm going to skip down all of this. Just kind of linger on the animations. Just so you can kind of see it. There's the side tilts. There's the up tilts. Down tilts. And dash attack. All of Anna's smash attacks instead have her swinging around a bag of gold. These properties, please say yes! Our attacks are dependent on the amount of gold Anna has. The more gold she has, the larger the money bag, giving it a larger hitbox, but it'll also be heavier and therefore slower to swing. That's hilarious. Just the richer she is, the stronger she is. That's so funny. Attacking. If the bag has too much gold in it, she'll fall backwards from its weight. And they'll bury players that was standing behind her. That's so funny. Let me change the song real quick to move on. Oh, that's so good. Okay, okay. There's the forward air, back air, up air, down air, pummels with a quick knee jab, and then her shield special is Anna's secret shop. Will cause another identical Anna to appear dressed as a merchant. Similar to Steve's crafting table. You cannot attack the merchants, because she's on a different plane, similar to Pokemon Trainer. If you press neutral special, you'll get a shop UI to pop up, like Hero's command selection. On this, you have 3 options: a sword, a tome, or a stave. So it gives you the 3 options. If you buy them, list of weapons. Okay, so you can basically buy new weapons by visiting Merchant Anna at a shop. And if you buy a weapon, it'll upgrade your all your normal attacks. It's going to deal more damage and knockback, but don't change the move's speed. So kind of a reverse Robin. You have to build up gold to be able to upgrade your weapons. Upgrading everything like kind of like Steve's crafting does. Okay, okay. I like this. It's kind of a fusion of a lot of different other characters' ideas. Becomes quite interesting. Just gonna kind of show what the weapon's turning into. Got 11 sword, an apotheosis. Apotheosis spear? Sure. Axe becomes Notun. And Anna gets her good luck bow. Nice. Neutral special is refund/sell. It acts like the pocket and sends the back projectile back to the opponent. Oh, that's fun! So it's like Pocket, right? But you can keep the projectile and sell it for money. Proportionate to the strength of the projectile in return. Oh, that's so fun! That's just making my brain go crazy, like... That's never something I would have ever considered being attached to a move like that. But that creates like an entirely different like thought process of, okay, how can I store like other people's moves or attacks and charge up some other part of my moveset in some way by using them? Oh gosh, there's so much you could do with that. Side special uses the equipped tome that she has. And you can buy different ones, of course. You got Fire, you got Thunder, you got Bolganone. I love Bolganone. That might be one of my favorite Fire Emblem spells. It's just satisfying to use. We got Bolting, we got Meteor. And then down special uses are equipped Stave. You can heal, or you can Nosferatu. Got Entrap. Got Rescue. I really like this showcase of all the different just things you can use in Fire Emblem. Got Hammering. Got Silence. And up special is an Acrobat. She's an acrobat. She's a trickster. She's good at that. And Final Smash is Sunday Market Stampede. Oh gosh, I'm gonna read this out because this sounds hilarious. The cutscene shows the caught opponents lying in the middle of Garrick Muck Monastery's marketplace. We then see a gigantic horde of customers burst out of the gate that Gatekeeper was trying to hold back, who all rush into the marketplace and trample the opponent. We then cut to Anna, who pulls out a sheet off a giant machine and reveals what all these customers are here to see. A fire or ballista hybrid machine on wheels, the ultimate siege vehicle. Okay, so, I was kind of hoping it was just a flash sale, and that people got trampled by a Black Friday just stampede. But implementing siege weapons in here is also good. That is also cool. She also has a chance of getting critical hits. And she gets more gold from an attack if it crits. That's fun. I hope that's just, like... You can do a little bit more damage, but I'd almost prefer that the critical hit is just for the gold. No, it's also for the more damage knockback. That's fine, that's fine. I think... You know what? I think this might be the best Fire Emblem moveset I've ever seen. It's a lot, obviously, but it encompasses just about every gameplay mechanic of, like, different class and different weapon you can use, and puts it all on a character that's just everybody likes. You know what, I think I might even go so far as to say, like, I would prioritize putting this into the game over bringing Marth back. Like, if you were making a new Smash Brothers and could only add in one character, I think Anna actually shows off the like, series better. Like, it's a very surface-level introduction to everything, but it gets you, like, invested in, like, all the crazy things you can do in the game. It's such a better advertisement of how Fire Emblem actually works. And I think it does it better than Robin. It's also just funny. You're hitting people with a bag of gold. Oh gosh, I've always seen people suggest Anna, but I've kind of just written it off because, like, she's just cute, and that's what a lot of the support for me behind a lot of characters is. But no, I like full stop. This is just good. This is actively changing, like, my priorities for what I want to see included in a Smash Brothers game. No, yeah, I'm a fan. Put Anna in Smash Brothers. Now then, I'm probably gonna skip through these even faster now, because I think we've been going for... Oh, actually no, this has only been like 22 minutes for this. We're making progress. We're making good time. Okay, we're good. To replace Roy is a legendary lord, once so brave and beloved by... Yes, that's so much better. I'm not even gonna go over the introduction because it's Hector. Everybody knows Hector. Everybody loves Hector. He's just Ike with an axe. And you could have... If Roy's our boy, Hector's our man. Yes. You could have that kind of same, like, heavily aggressive personality, but it would fit him so much better. And you could just have a heavyweight armored tank. All his normals use an axe because, of course, having poor speed and range, but incredible power. Also has a minor armor-related gimmick, similar to Bowser's tough guy, called Pavis. Nice. Kind of works the same way as Bowser's. He's just an armor tank. He's a bait-and-punish powerhouse, has a hard-hitting and even harder to KO at the cost of having a large frame, makes him easy combo fodder, which is perfect for him. Got his jab right here, because of course it is. Side tilt swings Armads vertically. You can see it there. Up tilt tosses his axe up. Down tilt is a low to high. Dash attack is a short jump. Ooh, nice. Charge attacks gets infused with lightning. To reference that his axe is the Thunder Hammer. I like it. Side smash is the Hectorcopter, charging it up as it spins. I love it. Up smash swings it to low to high. Much like Ike's up smash, which works. There's a reason he uses it. And of course the down smash, it's Byleth's down smash. That's just the right one to use. I missed the gimmick? Oh, hold on, 1 second. Sport speed has no fancy tip or max damage. You give me time to call his cursed axe once he... Ooh! Okay. I did miss this. This is important. Once he hits 100%, Armads will deal significantly more damage and knockback. Which is already insane because, you know, it's a giant axe. But he himself becomes lighter and easier to KO. Referencing how devil axes work. I love that. Yes, please. Got a neutral air where he just spins it around. I like it. Forward air, it's just the basic fighter bonk. Always love that move. Back air is just a quick slash backwards. Up air is just a quick slash upwards. And down air, just a slam downwards. Every time I see your face, I want to smash it in. Grabs the one arm and just punches them in the face. Yes. Neutral special is a hand axe. I like it. Side special is Wolf Bale. Just jumping forward in an arc. Ooh, that's a nice touch. It's a good way to avoid projectiles by jumping over them. Not as good as a recovery, as you'll fall quickly. And it references his basic attack with Wolf Bale. Up special is the General Axe. This is one of my favorite animations in Fire Emblem. I'm so upset they didn't keep the chains when they went to 3D. I get that chains are hard to animate, but it was the coolest part of the general class, and it's just gone now. It makes me so sad. Forward and use the ground or upwards angle if using the air. Nice lodge in their chest, and Ahri could grab them. Oh yes, it's Scorpion. It's get over here. Absolutely. And it's Dev Recovery. Well, this is sort of shortest range out of all of them. Although it does not put him in free fall. That's interesting. And then down special is an actual Devil Axe. Much like Violet's version, slightly faster, but it also deals recoil damage to Hector every time he uses it. Nice! None of these axes use Armads. Once Cursed Axe activates, Hector becomes unable to use his special. They are placed by similar moves. While these moves aren't necessarily worse, they do lose a lot of their utility. Your special is just a horizontal slash. Side special just uses Armads. Doesn't have shield. Oh, it has shield breaking properties. That's neat. Again, like this isn't a. Like we're not going over every single detail with all of these. I just want to. At first, I just wanted to like kind of breeze through these, but now I'm just want to. This has almost become a showcase of like, hey, yeah, all you people that think Fire Emblem's fine. Like it could be so much more. Like I don't want to necessarily throw shade at Delvisithin, but he always picks like the least interesting characters. I think it's like a showcase of like even the most boring characters can be interesting. I respect him for that, but like it's also kind of contributed to just this attitude of just like grab the main protagonist for Fire Emblem and just like there's so much more you can do. Look at this, it's so good. Oh, nice. And the final smash is triangle attack, bringing Elowood and Lyn to join the fray. And all three of them use their critical hit animations. I love this. Also has the perfect disguise and alternate costume. And old Hector, nice! Alright, next up, to replace Corrin is a pressure. Please be Leon. Please be Leon, 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 please be Leon. Yes! Oh, yes! That makes me happy. That is the first and only choice for a Fire Emblem villain. That's so good. And he's a dark magic user. The loop mechanic of YouTube just does not work if you're using it in a playlist. Okay. I'm gonna skip even faster through this, despite the fact that this is the one I want the most. It's the feeling, it wants to be the feeling of embodying playing as the Fire Emblem boss. They have very powerful weapons that have limited uses. They don't move, usually. And that's the balance you want to embody. They also summon reinforcements. He's a zoner, encourages players to stay away. Resist various projectiles as a few set play trapping tools. You gotta approach the boss to defeat them. Okay. Interesting. To encourage this, he has a small gimmick where if he stands in place for 3 seconds, he will receive a buff to his defense. Can I just say, I really appreciate just the use of bold to highlight important mechanics. It makes it super easy to skim through and just get a feel for this, how this move set works. Also highlights how Leon is a good choice because unlike most villains, he's not a heavyweight. More in the Morph Palutena range. This is rectified by the fort thing if he stays still. He will have more defense. He also has some of the worst movement in the game because of course he is, he's not supposed to. Also has a lot of disjointed attacks, which means that he's very bad against close-up uses. Nice. That's another major weakness to his zoning, that being that he has a lot of limited uses. Jabs, oh my gosh, jabs, side tilt, forward air, back air, smash attacks, side special moves, pummel, and down throw can only be used a certain amount of times before they become unavailable or replaced by far weaker versions. So this is like crazy, like Robin taken to the max. Just being like, okay, you have to manage this properly, otherwise you are going to die. Also brings reinforcements. He's not only a dark mage, but also its first necromancer. Because that's his personal class. Lets him summon a phantom soldier to aid him and go into battle. They are decently strong, but only take one hit before they go down, so they're much better at distracting enemies and causing them to waste their turn. Okay, it takes a while to complete this animation. You need to hold down the special button for the full duration, and you can't move or attack while doing so. But once the phantom rises, it will begin to float towards Leon's opponent, chasing them both in the ground and in the air. It's kind of slow, but it gives him amazing stage control, and it forces the opponent to keep them in mind. Once it's summoned, you can act effectively immediately. Overhead swing at the attempt to hit them. Moves at slow knockbacks, you typically get killed by a random enemy in Fire Emblem if you aren't careful. Okay. So it's kind of a homing phantom. I'm just trying to look through this. You can't have more than one phantom on screen, that's important to know. It will disappear after being hit by a single attack, and it will disappear after making the attack. Okay, okay. So it's kind of just a... It's utility in the way that it forces people to respect it. Like, it's not the strongest thing in the world, but you have to keep it in mind, otherwise you will die. Alright. Jab is Eclipse. Has a rapid jab with no initial combo. Creates a stationary orb of darkness that rapidly creates multiple red-like ring effects around him. Nice. Similar to the animation here. And if you hold down on the control stick, I mean, you hold it down, you can move the orb in a direction as it attacks. That's an interesting zoning tool for a platform fighter. Like, you catch them with the jab, and then you just forcibly move them away. Very nice. Alright. Can't travel over ledges. cool, cool. Scytale is Miasma. That becomes Banshee if you have more uses. I'm just going to go through the gifts here. I think we're also going to skip over the remaining movesets on this because this has been going for a bit, and I want to get to everybody else. Has a pathetic dash attack as a shoulder charge. That's fun. Smash attacks only have 3 uses, and are replaced by a magic staff. Side smash is Fenrir. Fires a flaming horn skull. That's cool. Up smash is Hades, the giant tornado. And down smash is Quake. Very nice. Okay, yeah. Like, I think I have sold just why this is all cool. I'm definitely going to come back and just read through all of this. But this is getting to be very complicated, and I don't want to just skim over this when there's clearly a lot of thought put into this. It's like, look at all of this. The dark magic animations are so cool in Fire Emblem. Ugh. I love it. And of course, he summons the dragon. It's just cool. Okay. I'm going to reveal what the other characters you replace him with is. Sedith. Sedith, really? This replaces Byleth. Interesting choice, but I'm down for it. Let's put in a Wyvern Rider. Nice, nice. And then the rest of this moveset is just a giant list of just other characters that Josh has made movesets for. Like, there's a lot. A lot. That's fun. My favorite thing about this is just that it showcases, like, how cool Fire Emblem is. Like, I'm not terribly fond of the discourse around Fire Emblem and Smash, despite having contributed it myself. I will admit this is a hypocritical view. But so much of it is centered around how bad it currently is. When I feel like the better way of looking at it is just, like, just the potential. Fire Emblem is a really cool franchise that is unfortunately held back with just how it's, like, advertised, and Smash Brothers is kind of a culprit in that. There's so much character, there's so much charm, there's so many options, there's so many cool things about it that kind of gets lost by the wayside because just the blandest characters take the forefront, and I'd also kind of blame the focus on, like, just dating in the games. Like, the relationship side of things is taking precedent over just the stories and the frantic animations. The characters become a little blander because they have to, like, mesh together a little easier. It's easier to mesh two-dimensional objects together than a three-dimensional one, that sort of thing. But, like, this showcases so much of why Fire Emblem could be so much better. Like, even with all of these great choices, which are all great choices, like, you could go with Tiki, you go with Almond Celica. What other good ones I could choose? Ephraim's a great choice, it's often thrown around. The Black Knight, the freaking Black Knight could be so good! Micaiah could be great, the 3 Lords from 3 Houses could be great. There's so many that... so much potential for the series, and it's just not there. But thank you, Josh, for really showcasing just how much more that series could grow. Alright, next up. We have Kamek. By who wrote this one? Skatchmin! Kamek by Skatchmin. God damn it, I keep opening on my design die. Alright. Greetings everyone viewing, this is Skatchmin here, back at it again with another moveset concept for a character from one of my favorite video game franchises, Super Mario Bros. That character is Kamek, who first debuted in Super Mario World, and is the main antagonist of the Yoshi's Island games. Kamek is a character who's recognizable from appearance, but often forgotten when it comes to his original role in the Mario series, to be Bowser's right-hand man. Sure, I do love to see Bowser Jr. in the spotlight, but I believe that Kamek is the true second-in-command of the Koopas. So today, he'll be showing all of his royal authority and nasty tricks as he's casted for the roster of Super Smash Bros. That is such a fun image. Kamek summons up a fight. I could see Kamek as a summoner trapper type of character, one who excels in the long range, being able to spawn a plethora of troops to rack up damage from a distance, while also being deadly if you get too close, with attacks that can punish opponents' mistakes with devastating attacks. However, Kamek would be somewhat sluggish and very light, making it easy to KO. He's got very slow speed. Low walk speed. I think I'm gonna skip through these moving forward. It's good information to know, but it's very hard to mentally watch, like picture without like seeing it in action. Jumps is important though. 2 jumps with very average heights, and no other forms of movements, no crawling, no wall jumping, etc. Ah, yes, custom artwork. I love custom artwork so much. Starts by stabbing his wand forward, then spinning his wand for a rapid jab, and ends it by stabbing his wand forward with a burst of magic. Side tilt is just a swing with the wand. Up tilt is a kind of a villager up tilt. Nice. Down tilt's just a simple stab. Neutral air is the spin that Mario should have, but we got Kamek here to do it as well. I like it. Forward air is a swing out with magic. Back air is one as well. I like that we're going with simplicity for the normals, because Kamek suggests a character that would be more focused on the special moves. You want simple things like this, because that's not what you want it to be mainly focusing. You want all your thought process to be focused on the summoning stuff, the trapping stuff, so if you're like forced to use normal, you want it to just be, okay, this hits in that direction, which this is doing. It's good. Down there's a spike. Nice. Alright, now we're getting to the stuff that summons. Dash attack is a charge and chuck. Summons one to bash forward as he's riding on his broom. I also do like the visual, like, mental image of Kamek just hopping on his broom for a dash attack. That's really fun. Side smash is a chain chomp. This is a really fun way of just getting more Mario enemies into the mix without making each one an individual character. That's great! Up smash is a pokey, just bringing it out of the ground. Move would ideally be the Piranha Plant, but quickly decided against it for obvious reasons. And down smash is 2 thwomps on the other side. Nice! This is so fun! Like, it's obviously very simple, but, like, Mario characters don't really need to be complex. They just need to, like, embody character. And, like, look at all the... I love the pictures just kind of showcasing Kamek as kind of the mad wizard, drunk with power. Fits him very well. We got a Wingardium Leviosa grab, based off of how he grabs Luigi. I love it's Luigi. That's such a good Luigi, look at that. Has very powerful kill throws. Forward throw, because it's just telekinetic. Yes. Just yeets them in whatever direction he wants. And then for the down throw, just drops them on a Koopa. No, sorry, Spiny. Not a Koopa. Spiny Koopa? Oh, whatever. For especially, just pulls one of Bowser's minions. This is a randomized thing. Okay. Chance depending on the enemy, and Kamek can only have 1 on stage at a time. Okay, okay. Goomba just walks. Goomba does Goomba things. Shy Guy does Shy Guy things. Koopas can spawn in red or green. Green ones walk off cliffs, the red ones are smarter and don't walk off cliffs. Also have a chance to drop the shell item when defeated. That's actually really fun. Because having options like this is also partially detrimental to Kamek himself. Which is a fun thing to have for just any villain character, because often what defeats a villain is their own hubris. It's something I wish more villains in Smash Brothers had. Paratroopers, same thing. Just have wings. Could toss out a hammer bro, a fire bro. Dry bows are like Koopas, but they get a second leash on life. That's all. So there's no, like, super crazy, like, oh, shoot, Peach just pulled a bomb, or something like that. These are all fairly simple. Some obviously better than others. Yeah, but it's just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna pull into my grab bag and just kind of work around whatever I get. It doesn't make you feel bad about whatever you pull, which I think is a good way to differentiate it from, like, other characters like Peach or Heroes Hocus Pocus or something like that. Alright. There's one more feature to the Neutral Special. If you already have a minion spawned, then you can just press Neutral Special again to shoot out magic with a similar amount of range to that of Ice Climber's Down Special, to enlarge an enemy, which makes the enemy significantly stronger. However, there's a longer cooldown to this move, about 30 seconds before it can be used again. So that's really funny. You don't have the crazy, like, pull from randomization. You make the decision to make the pull stronger with the enlarger. That's really fun! I also like that you don't have a way to despawn then, because the Neutral Special becomes the enlarge, so you have to take what you get and not throw a fit. I like that. Side Special is Black Magic. You shoot out a projectile forward, similar to projectiles seen in Super Mario World. And any opponent hit by it will be turned into a brick block, which they will need to mash out of. That's what you should have. It's simple, easy to remember. Up Special is Teleport, and it is kind of overdone, but this is a thing that Kamek has done from the beginning, and is as a necessary tool for this type of character. I would agree with that. Like, yes, it's bland, but, like, I would say that that's more of a problem of other characters in Smash that have teleports, that have more creative room to grow, that their stuff should be better. Like, Mewtwo should be cooler, Palutena should be cooler. Although, if you did want to make it a little more interesting, you could make this have the option to swap places with whatever you've summoned. Just an idea to throw out there. I don't know if it's that necessary, but just, like, if you wanted to make it unique among teleports, that could be a way to do so. And down special is the Koopalings. Okay, Skatchmin's never been a fan of the Koopalings being used for ults for Bowser Jr. because it restricts what Jr. can do as a character. So he thinks that this would be a much better way to integrate Koopalings into Smash Brothers. Pressing down special will spawn one of the 7 Koopalings in front of Kamek, and they will shoot a projectile with their wands. It goes in a set cycle, like Sora's Magic, and it goes in the order that you fight them in Super Mario Bros. 3. So Larry, Morton, Wendy, Iggy, Roy, Lemmy, Ludwig, back to Larry. And only one of the Koopalings can be on stage at a time. I love the custom artwork so much. Larry shoots a light blue fireball straight forward, and spins his shell to attack opponents before disappearing. It will stay out for no more than 5 seconds, which is a general rule for all Koopalings. Morton just does a giant ground pound, does it once or twice before disappearing. Hallmarking to his dad's down special. I like it. Wendy tosses out glowing rings that bounce off surfaces. Don't deal much damage, but the more it bounces off surfaces, the more damage it deals. Interesting. I like it. So that gets really crazy in, like, Hyrule Temple's Fight Club. Iggy shoots a single lime green fireball forward. Anybody hit by it has their controls reversed for 5 seconds. Fun. Roy gets his sick bullet bill launcher. Just fires out bullet bills. Fires 2 before disappearing. It's very strong. Lemmy fires off the his bouncy balls like a certain pink armless demonic gesture. Doesn't do any damage, but acts like a weak bumper. Interesting. I love how many tools Kamek is getting here. Like, every single one of these has a use in a specific situation. And again, you can't really control what you get, because the cycle is so long. So it's less about trying to, like, set up a Pikmin kind of deal with Olimar, and more about just, like, using your tool in the situation you have to the best of whatever... kind of like trying to mash a puzzle piece together that just doesn't fit. Kamek will make it work anyway. I especially love the reverse controls one. I know a lot of people hate things like that, but I adore that kind of just mental gymnastics of trying to figure out, okay, I gotta upend my world really, really quickly. And that's on the opponent. They know he's got Iggy. This is a set cycle. And then Ludwig von Koopa, once spawned, will teleport a set distance to the opponent that's closest and shoot a spread of 3 blue fireballs in the direction of the opponent before disappearing. So that's the closest thing to like a... kind of like a gap closer, I guess. I guess I'll just drop the complaints you don't want off the stage. I would love for there to be a specific animation just to acknowledge that that's an option. And for Kamek to just drop Bowser's children off the stage as they go screaming into the... That'd be hilarious. Oh, I should have said that, actually. 1 second. I do believe, yes, Hayadash, that Skatchmin also did the awesome Zelda rework from the first one. I will double check on that before moving on to the next one. But thanks for pointing that out. Alright, then for the final smash, there's options, obviously. Spawn a ton of minions or a fleet of airships. It should symbolize the evil sorcery of the four-eyed Koopa, while also referencing somebody much greater. So, of course, you gotta do the final boss of Yoshi's Island. You see, I would bring Baby Bowser into the final smash, but something about that just doesn't seem right. I want Bowser in general to be excluded from the moveset entirely, in order to tell a much greater story. Upon joining the roster of Super Smash Bros., Kamek decided to take this as an opportunity to show everyone that he is the true commander of Bowser's army. And to round out this motif, Kamek will show everyone his true power. Oh, he makes himself big! That's great! So he makes himself bigger and causes giant meteors to fall from the sky, shooting large fireballs from his wand and summoning toadies to hold the opponents in place, before he unleashes his most powerful attack. He lets out a cry, while charging up and shooting off a massive stream of fire from his wand with a target reticle, much like Bowser's Final Smash. The Final Smash ends with Kamek shrinking down back to regular size and recomposing himself. This is a dangerous and unpredictable Final Smash that isn't as powerful as the mighty King of the Koopas, but with much more additional hazards to pester and overwhelm his opponents, allowing him to rack up even more damage and then go in for the kill. Oh, that's so good. Oh, son of a... I get to the very end of the concept before remembering that I'm supposed to share the freaking link on the chat. Oops. Oh, well. At least we got to it before getting to the costumes. But this is a great Final Smash because it takes the obvious reference but does it in a way to show, like, character growth. Like, you could show Baby Bowser by showing, like, what Kamek has done, like the crazy thing he's done, but now you're doing it here. You're showing the extent of his power in a way that actually shows how dangerous Kamek really is. It's so much more empowering for him. And it's fun. Like, you just get into the background and you drop meteors on people. That's just a fun idea. And just quickly breeze through the costumes. We got the default, we got the red one, we got the green, yellow, a more classic-based one. We got Kammy Koopa from Paper Mario, a brown knot for the sprites, and a purple for Camilla from Super Mario Galaxy. Enters in on his broom. He will, for his taunts, do an evil cackle. He'll spin while waving his wand, and then point it directly at the camera. Nice. Yes! Just to throw in one more reference, he will also summon a Cheep Cheep for a taunt. But Cheep Cheeps are useless out of water. And also does a tiny bit of damage for if you hit somebody with his flopping. That would be the most hilarious gimp. Like, you just taunt off the stage and just drop a Cheep Cheep. Oh, that'd be so funny. Got some Adeleine animations. He drops his glasses and puts the head of his wand to his hand. And then victory animations. He's got an entire army behind him for one of them. Another where he teleports around. And one he's flying in on his broom and flies by the camera while pointing his wand forward. Nice! So to conclude, what do you think? This is a character that is often forgotten for who he really is, and I think this addition to Smash would be a great way to give the spotlight not to just Kamek, but several other members of Bowser's army. And while I do think that Toad should be prioritized to join the roster over any other Mario character, like seriously, he should be here, and I guess Waluigi too, I think this would be such a cool addition to the Smash roster while also giving a rival to the only other member of the original 8 not to have one in Smash, with that being Yoshi. With that, Skatchmin is signing off, and thank you for viewing. I skipped it. Did I skip Kirby? Oh my gosh, I kind of just... My... my eyes just kind of zeroed in on the Goomba, and I completely didn't register that Kirby's there. But look at that Kirby! He's so good! He's got the little glasses and everything. Okay, but like, hear me out. What if we went a step further, and it didn't just summon Mario enemies, it summoned Waddle Dees dressed as Mario enemies. They do the same thing, it's just for the appearance of it, but it's not a Goomba, it's a Waddle Dee in a Goomba costume. That would be so good. I guess a lot of extra work, but it'd make me happy, okay? But yeah, this is a great concept. It feels weird to say this, but Kamek has rapidly been, like, moving up the ranks. Just like Mario characters I want. I think he actually might be the one I want the most. There's so much potential, just things he could do as a spellcaster. His archetype would be extremely unique in the game. Now, not to disrespect Rosalina, but it kind of makes me sad we got Rosalina instead of Kamek, because they kind of sort of fill a sort of similar design space, but I feel like Kamek can just do so much more with the idea. Just a summoner slash trapper sort of archetype. And he's got so much personality. Like, look at this guy. He's powerful, he knows it, and he has a lot of fun with it. Yeah, well done, Skatchmin. This was a fantastic moveset. I'd agree with Baki Reggie. Probably one of the best summoners one can ask for Smash. Like, I can't think of a better one. Like, there's obviously others that would work, but that's literally what Kamek is. He was designed for that archetype. Okay, before we move on, I really quickly just want to double check what the other one that Skatchmin worked on was. Yes, that was the Zelda redesign with like the cool light arrow spawning Neighbor's Wisdom around and bouncing the shots between them. Yeah. Another banger from Skatchmin. Very, very talented moveset creator. Alright, what have we got next? Alright, next up, we have something different. Something a little unique, something that's... I think I've talked about on Design Dorks. I think I've also talked about this with Dyxo, with Shrew Scout. From CamptheMVP, who in the past has brought, just check real quick, brought the GameCube controller thing, the moveset in Smash Brothers, which is a ton of fun, has an idea for a new kind of crossover. You just pop over here, change the soundtrack. It's no secret that we live in the age of the crossover, from TV specials and full feature-length movies to, of course, video games. The crossovers become wedged in the public consciousness simply through presenting the novelty of bringing various universes together that under normal circumstances would never happen. The ones that grab a lot of attention from us, my fellow peasants, are the crossovers that impact gaming and its culture. It can range from other media appearing in it, with examples including the horror characters in Mortal Kombat, and many, many faced crossovers present in Fortnite. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the Goku, the Xenomorph, John Cena, and Rick Sanchez team up and get into that #1 victory royale? As well as the blowout crossover platform fighters like Super Smash Bros. And Multiverses. When it comes to the latter, there is a mix in quality. Smash has been refined for well over 2 decades now, and Multiverses, while it does have some flaws, brings a lot to the table for the future of platform fighters as well as crossover games in general. However, games like PlayStation All-Stars, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, what a weird coincidence that they both mention All-Star, have some problems that prevent them from achieving success on a higher level. Not that people don't enjoy them, and there aren't some interesting good elements, it's just that some design decisions get in the way. I say all this to establish how crossovers have been embedded in our culture of recent, and that there is one brand that hasn't had opened the doors yet. This confuses me, since their peers have thrown their hats into the ring already, and they could really make something that stands out from the competition. That brand is, of course, Xbox. But Camp, you may be asking, are you really proposing that Xbox should have its own crossover platform fighter? That really isn't breaking new ground. And that is where you are wrong, my fellow peasants. Tell me, what is Xbox's bread and butter when it comes to their staple franchises? It sure isn't platformer, or fighting games, but rather first-person shooters. Considering they own the rights to some of the biggest first-person shooter games on the planet, such as Halo, Doom, and soon more. Sorry if you hear a Discord message, that was on my end. You didn't just get one. Don't worry. I should have muted that. 1 second. I'm gonna quit that. Give me just a... Go away. Boop. And quit Discord. I'll come back to that later. And soon more, we have the ability to create something much, much more in line with what Xbox fans can expect. That's why I'm planning on talking about today, as I present to you, Xbox Arena. A crossover hero shooter that brings together the games under the Xbox brand. While it's an idea that has been discussed before, I wanted to bring that concept to life. This document will talk about the lore, gameplay / modes, and honestly what most people are interested in, the characters. So let's jump right into it. Before we get into the other stuff, I'm sure that the peasants here are interested in the various characters that could join the roster. However, we need to establish the main classes that each character falls under that helps highlight their key attributes and abilities. These classes are damage, tank, and support. But Camp, you may be asking, this is again derivative of what's on the market right now. You should make it stand out a little more. Correct again, peasants. Well, there are 3 general classes. Each of them have subclasses dedicated to specific sectors within those general classes. So the class list looks now more like this. We have Assassins, Mages, and Scrappers for damage. Assassins focusing on multiple weapons, traps, and/or items. Mages focus a lot on non-bullet projectiles. And Scrappers being focused on up-close brawling and disruption. The Tank one has a focus on shields, being self-explanatory. Area Control, focusing on locking down parts of the map. And a Dive, focusing on initiating attacks by utilizing their large health pool and constant fire. And then supports, we've got Healers, focused on healing your team and getting them back in the fight, and Stat Manipulation, who focus more on buffing teammates. Let me grab a bit of water real quick before continuing. Now, what is the basic build of every character in this game? Well, they each have their own stats, such as speed, damage output, and health pools. They also have access to 2 to 3 special abilities, a weapon switch, if applicable, a passive, if applicable, a dash, and an ultimate ability that can help turn the tide of battle. Your basic hero shooter schmuck, but the characters ought to shine in their distinct designs rather than just falling in line with basic mechanics, which is where the roster finally comes into play. Now entering the arena. First up, of course, you gotta have Master Chief. The face of Xbox himself, Master Chief has shown himself to be a true titan in the FPS genre. He is the epitome of the assassin class, being able to switch between 5 weapons and hold 2 in order to allow players to run, that's not ruin, that's run, their optimal builds. Master Chief starts with an assault rifle and plasma rifle, but also has access to a needler, sniper rifle, and rocket launcher in his weapon rotation by using his secondary ability. Yes, I watch Max Ham, why do you ask? Something that everyone else here should do too. Max Ham is fantastic. Each weapon works as they do in Halo. The loadout that Master Chief is holding is retained even upon death, so don't worry about losing your needler and rocket launcher. I kind of just threw in an assortment of Microsoft music in the background. So spoilers, yes, Banjo is indeed in this. There's a lot of characters in this. I'm probably not going to go through all of them because there are a lot. But we'll get a basic idea of how the gameplay mechanics function with these first few. His passive is Energy Shield. Master Chief's health pool is divided between his health and his Energy Shield, where he takes more damage when his shield is broken. Even makes that take cover idiot sound when broken, letting you know you and the opponent know you're exposed. His first ability is the Gravity Hammer, winds up and slams the Gravity Hammer in front of him, which creates a shockwave that knocks people back and deals immense damage at the point of impact. And his second ability, he needs a weapon, calls in a pod that crashes down and supplies him with a new weapon. Opponents can be taken out by the pod. I love that. That is just... It's one of those things that should never work in games, but it feels so disrespectful when you get it. Example of all the weapons he can use. And his ultimate is the Spartan Laser. It gets a hold of the Spartan Laser, which is able to charge up and fire 5 times. Deals devastating damage. It will kill most damage and support with a single shot. Next up, we have a more defensive character in the Arbiter. It's a bulky tank character that focuses on protecting his teammates, mainly with his second ability. His main weapon is the Energy Sword, while his secondary ability is the Carbine used for sniping opportunities, much like his Killer Instinct incarnation. His first ability is throwing a plasma grenade in an arc, which will attach to opponents and then explode. And for his second, he has a bubble shield that blocks outside damage. However, you cannot shoot outside of the shield, meaning that you have to leave or they have to enter your shield to fight. That's an interesting take on the shield. Like, if you take something like Overwatch, like, that game is defined by the meta of shooting from behind another shield. It's kind of why the esports scene has gotten stale. But this makes it equally helpful and disadvantageous. You have to be really careful about when you use it, because you don't want to like block an ult or something from your allies. And his ultimate is Assassination. The Arbiter will go invisible, allowing him to sneak up on an opponent and assassinate them like in the newer Halo games. I'm already liking this because it's kind of blending together what traditional first-person hero shooter archetypes is. Like, he's put forward as a shield here, like a shield tank, because he does have one, a very strong one, but his ultimate is just straight up assassination. He's got a lot of damage tools, and he's a melee character. So it's letting people have more of a diverse kind of, almost like a Heroes of the Storm deal, where the class descriptions are kind of meaningless because you can play different people in a variety of ways, which is a lot of fun. We have Marcus Phoenix, another face of Xbox, being part of the big Gears of War series. His primary weapon would be the Lancer for decent range and damage, even having a chainsaw blade for brutal melees. He's got a passive, where he gains ultimate charge when taking damage from regular attacks. For his first ability, he pulls up a boom shield and can choose to hold it to cover himself or place it down for makeshift cover. And then for his second ability, he can throw an ink grenade which can attach to its surfaces. When it explodes, it creates a giant poisonous cloud and blinds enemies. However, Marcus can also be harmed by the grenade. So this is more of an area-controlled tank, being able to provide cover for himself or others, and outright deny certain areas of the arena. Ugh. Very nice. And for his, wait. Wait. Hold on. Okay, I was already loving this concept, but it just became an S tier concept just from seeing that. Okay. Alright, but first for Marcus, his ult lets him automatically headshot opponents, which obviously is amazing. But the Forza car, it is perfect for diving in and creating chaos by speeding in and ramming into opponents, which deals decent damage and can send them flying. However, due to the sheer size, they are a large target that can easily wipe out if you're not careful. It can build up speed by continuously moving forward, losing speed on turns or other interruptions. The faster it moves, the more damage. I love this so much! Oh my god. Ah, this is wonderful. I love this so much. So for its first ability, it has cruise control to maintain its speed, but that prevents it from turning. It's great for surprise attacks. I'm just picturing like an Overwatch game or Team Fortress 2. You're just going around the corner, moving as a team, when suddenly a car just drives around the corner and just slams into the entire team. It's Junkrat's Ultimate, the character. And then his second ability, a supply drop, a familiar looking plane, drops pinatas from the sky. This can hurt opponents on impact, but the Forza car can run into them to cause a small disruptive explosion. Okay, what is its ultimate? Daring Drift, the Forza car revs up, which can be charged up before releasing. When activated, the Forza car will launch forward and performs a harm drift that deals damage and knockback that scales with the charge up. It's just Tokyo Drift into opponents. I love it. It's so simple, it's so dumb, but it's so good. And of course, you gotta have Banjo. You gotta. Banjo and Kazooie are the main examples of the Scrapper character. Banjo uses Kazooie to fire eggs in true Regal Blaster fashion, which does not deal great damage. However, they excel in close quarters combat by using their wacky abilities. His passive is Golden Feathers. He needs to collect Golden Feathers in order to use his secondary ability, which creates another interesting aspect of this hero shooter, because there's a lot of 3D platformers in the mix here. So you can have more of an emphasis on 3D platforming in this game, which could be extremely fun. Ability 1 is the Rear Egg. It's the Rear Egg. It's a grenade. It's fun. Ability 2 is Wonder Ring. Banjo charges forward with Kazooie shielding him, which deals a lot of damage and pierces through shields. However, you need Golden Feathers to use this ability, and he can only store up to 5 feathers. And his ultimate is the Mighty Jinjonator. Calls the Jinjos to dive bombs from the sky before sending in the Mighty Jinjonator, which targets opponents and deals incredible damage. Also pierces through shields. I can already see kind of like a meta here, like a counter pick sort of deal. You got a team with a lot of shield-based abilities, you pick Banjo, because you can pierce through them. Oh, I really like this. Got Conquer as well, another Scrapper. Quite the dirty fighter, even to the point where he will steal opponents' moves in order to get the job done. His main weapon is his trusty Frying Pan, which has a pathetic reach but amazing results. He's also the main character to showcase character interactions, as he will make references and jokes about the franchises present in Xbox Arena. Just mocking how derivative so many of the 3D shooters are. if Bobby... Oh, hold on. If Diablo is on this roster, I want Conker to say, Bobby Kotick, is that you? Oh, no, it's just Diablo. Alright. Just something like that. It would never happen because, you know, slander. But, you know, if it's true, is it really that slanderous? Passive. While standing completely still, Conker can stand in place and dodge enemy bullets Matrix style. See, that's hilarious, because that's kind of like almost a tanking sort of deal. Well, no, because he's dodging, he's not absorbing the moves, but that's so funny. He's a melee character that can't be shot while he's standing still, but it's a hero shooter, so almost everybody is ranged. That's so funny. First ability is a flamethrower for damage over time. Ability 2 is falls under parry. Able to take an opponent and parry one of their abilities. This means that he can do copy moves of opponents and do a funny by giving them a taste of their own medicine. Just literally one for one. Maybe he uses Wonder Wing. Maybe he uses the Ink Grenade. Maybe he drops a pod from Master Chief and uses his gun. I don't know, but it's fun. But can he dodge the force? Sometimes he just gets in the car. I don't think he would be able to dodge the force of the car because that's melee and he only absorbs projectiles. And then his ultimate is copyright protected merch. Conker calls in and pilots a familiar alien-destroying mech that he's able to control for a limited amount of time. He can pick up and throw opponents, as well as wind up a powerful stomp that creates a stunning shockwave. And yes, if you throw people at other people, both get damaged. But if the mech is destroyed, he automatically dies, so be careful. We got Joanna Dark here. Not as varied as other assassins, she really only uses her pistol that deals decent damage. But truly, nothing truly outstanding. Sorry. However, she excels with using setups thanks to her secondary abilities, which can set up big brain plays using deadly traps. Alright, I'm kind of going to start going... Stop... Ugh. Wow, talking is hard. Let me get some more water. Okay. I'm going to kind of start working under the assumption that you know the character. I'm just going to start reading the abilities. So by crouch walking, Joanne can go invisible and sneak up on opponents. Very perfect dark. I like it. Revealed upon hit, firing a weapon, or using an ability. She can place landmines, which, you know, they're landmines. She has a Hawk Boomerang, which has high velocity and can easily bounce off walls. Oh no, it's Scatter Arrow. Oh no. Scatter Arrow on a cloaked... I love that, but it's terrifying. An ultimate is Farsight. One-shot most damage in support characters. It's only a few shots at its disposal. Alright, nice. Unless you're shooting Conker, in which case he dodges it. Very nice assassin. Kind of a mix of... Takes the kind of a few... I was going to say somber ideas, but she just cloaks. That's hardly unique to any one character. But, oh man, combining the cloak with the one-shot, that's terrifying. I love it. We got Juno from Jet Force Gemini. With a passive that Juno's arm protects him from chip damage moves. So, for example, Conker's Flamethrower, Juno's Flamethrower. Using the Plasma Striker, he has 2 modes. Okay, so he has a shotgun that can swap between a semi-spammable shot and a charged laser-hitting shot. Nice. His first ability is just throwing a grenade. It's a grenade, you gotta have a few of those. Second is a flamethrower. This one setting itself apart from Conker by allowing it to spread between enemies. I like that. We've got the Tri-Rocket Launcher as the ultimate. It's one shot which fires 3 rockets forward, 2 spiraling around the main one. A direct hit will instantly kill most opponents with the splash... I did not know... Oh! Interesting. I didn't know Jim Raynor talked in his theme. Alright. Just read spoilers for later. StarCraft isn't here.
Everybody's gotta believe in something.
Okay, sorry, Raynor. I do like you, but I think this is actually something that's been created by somebody else, so I'm going to skip this one. Because, you know, copyright. Alright, moving on. We got Rash. Of course you do. Of course he's a scrapper. Uses his fist as his weapons, using a 3-hit combo as his primary fire, which he then has him throw a punch. Yeah, he's gotta be a melee character. Rash's third melee attack deals significant... Yes! And anytime you say significant knockback in like a hero shooter or an FPS, I get tingles. That's my favorite thing. Just environmental kills. They're the best. The best thing ever. First ability is a spring and step. Turns his legs into springs and jumps up high before crashing down. If he lands on an enemy, he can bounce off them and chain the attack. That's hilarious. Second ability is pure cool. Tilts his sunglasses down, which briefly stuns the enemy in front of him because they cannot comprehend his pure awesomeness. And people say that Xbox doesn't have characters. Come on, man. Xbox doesn't use their characters very much, that is true. But Xbox has a cornucopia of amazing characters. Come on, people. Don't let your fanboyism get in the way of seeing the genuine quality that every company brings to the table. And his ultimate is the speeder bike, because it kind of has to be. Hops in the speeder, which then shows a targeting reticle. After using the right trigger after a few seconds, Rash full throttles the bike, which he then jumps off of, and the bike explodes when colliding into a wall or an opponent. And he automatically emotes after the attack if he lands. I love force taunts like that. That's great. We've got... Ooh, okay. We're getting multiple battle toads. We got all three! Nice! Pimple's a shield. Built as the tank of the group, being able to soak up damage. Not by creating a barrier, he is the barrier. Just has a passive of taking less damage from regular attacks. His first ability will wind up his foot before changing it into a 1-ton weight before stomping it into the ground. Launching... Oh, launches. I love launches. I want to play this game so badly. It would be so fun. Ability 2 is an anvil swipe. He winds up a downward swing with his fist that is morphed into an anvil. And his ultimate transforms himself into a giant wrecking ball, charging forward and knocking foes back before demorphing and homing in on an unlucky son of a gun axe first. Pimple would definitely be one of my mains in this game. That's just too much knockback, too many environmental kills. Just, yes, please. And we got Zitz. Much more balanced, has a decent power and speed. His physical attacks are based on his kicks that morph into saws, using a 2-hit combo with a streamlined multi-hit damage. He can reduce his cooldowns by taking cover. Interesting. Is there a cover system in play here? Because that'd be interesting. Especially if you can, like, take cover behind other characters. Like, can Zitz use Pimple as cover to reduce his cooldowns? I would love that. That'd be great. His first ability morphs his arm into a bulldozer, charging forward and deflecting projectiles. He can drill underneath the ground. Interesting. I like that. Not many hero shooters, like, go with burrowing. It's a different fun way to do, like, the traditional cloaking to get behind enemy lines. And then his ultimate has him transform his hands into chainsaws. Ooh, this is Yogg Sweden remix. I just put it on here, I didn't realize that. Good. I love this song. Got Full Gore, Killer Instinct. Decent mix of a ranged fighter. Okay, there's a lot of characters in here, so I'm going to kind of start skimming over it just to give people more of an idea. If you want to read the specific abilities themselves, I'm going to kind of just stop in characters that I know and can give, like, feedback on. I haven't played Killer Instinct, so just going forward, just keeping that in mind. I will kind of skim just to give an idea of, like, who they are. He's stealthy, has ranged and melee attacks. Has a super meter instead of an ultimate meter that you can use to build up specials. Interesting. He can go invisible, which allows him to power up an attack. Fun different way of doing the cloaking effect. You always want a few cloakers. He's got the Electro Fleet to deflect projectiles. And then, so I think I will keep reading the ultimates, though, just because ultimates are fun. Depending on if the claws or lasers are selected, he can perform 2 unique ultimates. If the lasers are equipped, he'll perform his ultimate from the classic games, where he morphs into a larger body with machine guns and sprays in front of himself. But with claws, he'll perform a lengthy ultra combo on attack. And yes, the KI announcer will shout ultra combo. Let's go. Yes, please. Alright. We got Viva Pinata representation. Continuously healing teammates and having access to seed sweets in his shovel. Not much range. He's supposed to hide behind them while keeping everybody happy. Only way of dealing damage is by smacking people with a shovel. Nice. Deals good damage to structures put down by enemies? Okay. That has me excited moving forward. Alright, if he dies, he drops a healing candy that fully heals enemies who pick it up, so the last chance of, like, healer's dead, but you can still heal one more time. Tosses out candies. 1 simply heals. 1 puts away negative status effects, but takes a longer cooldown. And 1 is sour, which hurts enemies that pick them up. It's Mario Kart fake item blocks. I love that. Ability to diggy. God damn it. He is a dwarf. He is digging the hole. Okay, so besides having the shovel for damage, he can also dig traps. It's another way of doing the Junkrat's steel trap. I like it. I wonder if they, like, get stuck in it, just like, just low profiling, or if they actually drop and you can only shoot them, like, getting to the top of the hole and shooting down at them. Be interesting on different stages. And then the ultimate is party time. A disco ball appears above Hudson, causing him to put on some sunglasses and a hat while starting to dance. Enemies... Oh, it's ETC's ult, yes! You force enemies to dance while healing your enemies. I love that. Every game needs a forced dance option. I don't care what you're talking about. It could be a strategy game. It could be a platform fighter. It can be a fighting game. You need to force developers to make dancing animations, because they're always so funny. Alright. You got the pirate captain from Sea of Thieves. Nice. Sets up various traps and distracting opponents. Got a pistol and a sword, of course. Pistol's strong but only has a few shots, and the sword is a sword. Passive is Polywant Pain. Kudos to all the fun names for abilities here. It's so good. Just has a passive parrot that will sometimes go out and deal chip damage. I love it. First ability sets up a cannon. Anyone can fire the cannon, but it can be destroyed. And so this is one of the structures we were talking about. But that's fun. You can set it up, but anyone can fire it. Oh, you know who's crazy with that? Conker. Because he doesn't take projectiles when he can't move, but that's balanced by him not having a projectile. But the captain just gave him one hefty projectile. Oh, that's fun. That's really fun. And for 2, the captain pulls out his accordion and starts playing a sea shanty that buffs allies for a short time. Nice. And for his ultimate, plays Call of the Megalodon, which causes the Megalodon to rush across the map and deal severe damage to opponents. Can travel through walls, basically Ponzo's Dragon Strike, but it's a shark, so it's much better. Hold it! Cool, I got your attention. Now I want to address something before we get into the next big batch of characters. Since in retrospect, that's from starting this concept a few months ago, I kind of want to avoid negative sentiments or Oh, this is Blizzard. This is Blizzard. Yes. Okay, okay. You'd separate work from creators, not... Okay, I can actually have a small tangent about this, because I know, like, there is that discomfort that pokes up in the back of your mind when you see, like, Blizzard stuff. But I think it's very important to remember that there are literally thousands of people working on these sorts of things. And I don't think it's fair for their work to be tarnished because of the bad behavior of the higher-ups at it. Like, you should absolutely, like, raise hell over the likes of, like, Bobby Kotick. But Bobby Kotick and Blizzard are two separate things, and by blurring those things together, it shields a lot of the blame that Bobby Kotick should be receiving. Because it's just easy, like, oh, people are mad at Blizzard, I don't have to worry about that. Whereas if people are mad at Bobby Kotick, that is targeted, and that is more, it has more of a chance of actually making change happen. Because, like, people can try to boycott things with this sort of things, but you're trying to boycott from people who no longer need to worry about money. It's false altruism. It's not going to matter. Like, oh no, the millionaire's not going to get more money. So, I don't know. I just feel like... Even building off of this, do not feel guilty for enjoying content made by shitty people. Also take into account, like, there's very few shitty people behind these sorts of things. Like, yes, they're higher up, but there's so many other people out there that don't deserve to have their work caught up in the flack. I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Apologize for the tangent. Yeah, that Grieving Law puts it well. Hold the individuals accountable, but don't hurt the lower down who need the support. Yes, exactly. If you try to point a shotgun at Blizzard, hoping that you're gonna, like, yes, they're gonna stop doing what they're doing. If you fire that, you're not gonna... That's gonna hit other people too, and that's not necessarily fair. Alright. Moving on from that, obviously we got Tracer. It's Tracer. I'm not even gonna read this, because I'm sure that it works the same way. Yep, pistols, blink, recall, pulse bomb. It's Tracer. Reinhardt, it's Reinhardt. Again, barrier field, charge. Although he's now resistant to knockback effects. Interesting. Has 3 abilities this time. Okay, it's Reinhardt, sure. And yes, okay, okay, sorry, Battletoads. Lucio is in this game. I'm not playing anybody else. I love Lucio. Lucio is one of my favorite characters to play as in just anything. He is so much fun. And he does the same thing. He's got CrossFit, he's got to amp it up, he can boop. And he's got the sound barrier. Yes! Diablo is a master of controlling point, using his signature fire to set structures ablaze and lock down areas of the map. His primary fire is his, well, fire. Oh shit, we got to the end of... Nope, that's too far. Let's reset this. Back to Halo, which he uses an up-close flamethrower. Takes a lot of inspiration from his Heroes of the Storm incarnation, as he relies on overwhelming foes using his lingering fire attacks and locking down parts of the map to establish dominance. She's got Fire Stomp, just throws out in the area. He burns the ground naturally, yes. He can grab opponents and slam them behind them. And he's got the Lightning Breath. Oh god, I would love to play as Diablo in this sort of hero shooter setting. Like, just the simple idea of having the ability to have... So yeah, yes, that's true, Alejandro. Although I shouldn't disparage Diablo's name by comparing him to Bobby Kotick. At least Diablo has standards. Come on. But just the idea of controlling Diablo from a first or third person's perspective, that just sounds so much fun. Oh my gosh. And we got Raynor here. Nice. Based on his appearance from Heroes of the Storm, Raynor's a great first-time pick for anyone new to the game. His weapon allows him to dominate at the range while also having abilities that are built to help him and his teammates stay alive. Jack of all trades, master of none that gets the job done and has his powerful ultimate up his sleeve, but can be overwhelmed by crazier members of the cast. He naturally boosts his allies by dealing damage. He has a penetrating round that can pierce shields and deals more damage. He can heal himself with his adrenaline rush. And he has the Hyperion to fire a barrage across the ground. Nice. Oh, interesting. The idea of Diablo using overpower on the Forza car! That's such a great mental image, oh my god! Just suplex the car, yes please. I was gonna say though, it's interesting that's the end of the Blizzard characters. Cause like, where's Warcraft? There's a bit of a staple series that dominated the gaming sphere that isn't here right now. Not necessarily a criticism, just interesting. Like, let me play as Thrall. Let me throw lightning bolts and stuff. Alright, we got Captain Pierce. I'm no disrespect to Call of Duty, but I don't. He's got guns. He can regenerate health. He's got stims. He's got a throwing knife. He can call in a Predator missile. Okay, that is fun. That is fun. I do like that when you activate it, you can like guide the missile itself. Got Crash Bandicoot. Nice. He's got his Wampa Fruit Bazooka. Has decent range, but the projectiles are limp. But his abilities are great because I see that you've taken inspiration from Pier's idea for Crash to make him reflect projectiles if timed correctly. And just, again, great knockback. That's the winner. That's the best thing you can have on kits. We got the crate launch. Picks up and throws between a rotation of crates, TNT crates, and nitro crates. And once it hits, it's a crate. It explodes. They do the things that the crates do. And his ultimate is just Aku. If I run into opponents, I would love to play the game where Crash runs through opponents. Well, no, you just hear the Aku jingle, and just panic sets in. Just, oh god, where is he coming from? There's nothing we can do, we can only run. Like, with this ability, Crash becomes the scariest character in the game. We've also got Cortex, nice! Uses ray gun to deal pathetic damage. But his abilities are where he really shines. His passive is cowardice? If Cortex is attacked and runs in the opposite direction, he gains a temporary speed boost? Yes! Toggle between Stone and Jelly Ray blasts from Crash 4. Stone freezes an enemy in place but prevents them from taking damage. Jelly makes an enemy take more damage but gives them more mobility. Interesting. I like it. His second ability will cause him to charge forward head first. If it hits an enemy, it does pathetic damage but does decent knockback. If he hits a wall, though, he'll be stunned for a brief moment. That kind of just sucks, and I unironically love it. I'd love for this to be, like, extremely fast. So it's like a good mobility tool, but it's so hard to control that it's really hard to use. And then if you actually get environmental kills with it, that would feel awful, being on the receiving end of it. Ha! Dyxo says, imagine Crash killing a cloaked character entirely by accident with Aku. Yes, absolutely. Yes, please. And his ultimate is the Mega Mix Rampage. Attempts his great scheme and accidentally screws it up and transforms into Mega Mix. It's like Winston's ultimate form. He has double health and can swing his arms around to knock people away. It's about disruption. There's Spyro. I mean, he's Spyro. He can breathe fire. Pretty self-explanatory. He can glide. He's got a little more aerial mobility than most characters. His first ability thrusts forward with his horns to charge into an enemy. It's Reinhardt's charge. And second is flight. Oh god, he's Farah. Oh no. He can swap between multiple different elemental effects for his abilities to cause... Oh god, it's Farah with chain lightning. Oh god. That's terrifying. I love it. And he's got Doomfist's ult. Nice. Got Chaos from Scott. Okay. Interesting. Okay, what does he do? He's Invader Zim if he had magical powers as opposed to sci-fi gadgets. Uses Magical Blast for his primary fire. Okay, okay. Like Zenyatta, but with color-coded magic balls instead of balls. Takes less damage from elemental-based attacks. I really like this, like, counterplay sort of system that's going on here. Like, certain characters are very deliberately designed to counter other characters. And that makes a very, very lively meta for the game as people are constantly switching back and forth and back and forth. His first ability is Fear My Giant Floating Head. Briefly takes no damage and fires weak Blazer Blast from his eyes. Second ability sends a wave of Doom Sharks? Deals strong damage but can move slowly and can heal opponents they rub against them bullet hell style? So you have to hit. You have to use it close up, otherwise you risk healing enemies. Interesting, I like that. Nice, such a giant transforming swords and... Just a giant transformation. Nice, I like it, I like it. We got Judy from Guitar Hero? Yeah! Why not? Awesome! Use your guitar to fire powerful sound waves that oh gosh, Lucio's getting competition and I love it. Please say there's more music-based fighters and we can like get a whole concert-based just team going. That'd be so great. Alright, so our passive allows using the melee button. This powers up and moves for a short time. It's star power, sure. First ability changes the tune of her guitar to change its properties. Each color has its own status effect that affects either allies or enemies. Green heals, red damages, yellow boosts allies attack, blue makes enemies slower, and orange makes allies faster. So it's another take on how Lucio works, but in a more directed form of doing it. Like you fire off these blasts instead of an area of effect kind of deal. Second ability is just a guitar slam. Nice. And just epic guitar solo for the finale. Firing beams in all directions, becoming kind of Lucio, firing things everywhere. Nice. Now we're starting to get into the Bethesda stuff. We got Dovahkiin. He's just got Link's shield, blocks damage in front of him. Can create a wall of frost. Get ice spikes in front of him that freeze enemies. He can surround himself with lightning to deal increased melee damage, and of course the ultimate is Dragon Shout. I love how much knockback focused stuff. I've said it so many times, I apologize for being a broken record, but oh my gosh, this is so good. Doom Slayer, of course. Interesting. Okay, so it's Doomslayer, of course it is. But he has a passive where if he kills somebody, he can instantly kill opponents with melee attacks. But the animation is lengthy, which leaves him open to be absolutely destroyed. So you just gotta have the Arbiter following you around and create a bubble shield around you. Nice. Alright. He's got the meat hook, brings him to his opponents. Very useful. He's got an ice bomb to free his opponents in place. And of course his ultimate's the BFG. You gotta do the BFG. Cannot pierce through shields though. Interesting. Alright. Got Vault Boy. He's able to do extra damage while standing still. Nice. Just the eternal stalemate of Vault Boy versus Conqueror. One is empowered by standing still, the other is invincible. Who wins? Also hums slightly. Nice. His ability lets him swap between multiple abilities. He can use chems to heal himself or his teammates temporarily. Nice. And he's got the Fat Man. The nice thing about doing a hero shooter with Xbox is that it's so easy to get ultimates. Because every single one of their FPSs has some monumental, this will destroy everybody. Also poisons as well, because radiation. Nice. We got Raz in here. I like it. Fire psychic bullets. Also does increased headshot damage because he's getting inside their head. That's good. That's good. I'm really curious for just a second. Okay, no, you can't actually target people. It's just for chain. That would get too crazy. Alright, Raz can shout out Pyrokinesis. Just causes burning damage. And then Telekinesis. He used to lift his opponent into the air temporarily, leaving them open. He has to stand still, but he can still defend himself with his primary fire. So now that just begs the question. If a Conqueror is standing still midair, is he still immune? Does being telekinetically lifted count as standing still? That is a fascinating point, Alejandro. Does the car get headshots? The hood would be the head? That would be kind of fascinating if as part of the car's power, it just doesn't have a head, so it doesn't get headshots. I'd kind of like that. And for his ultimate, he leaves his body and is able to enter the unconsciousness of a nearby opponent, damaging them from the inside by defeating sensors he comes across. The more health a character has, the more sensors to defeat. However, his body is left alone, leaving him exposed and being able to be killed during his ultimate. So you just, like, briefly play a tiny bit of Psychonauts by entering their brain? That's awesome. I love that. We got Steve. Of course, we got Steve. He uses a bow and arrow as a ranged weapon. Got a sword. Makes him a blend of Hanzo and Ana from Overwatch. Oh, we're gonna focus more on brewing here. Interesting. Builds up over time, we can use to allow for the tips of his arrows. His first ability lets him tip his arrows with a variety of potion effects, both positive for allies and negative for opponents. Yes, let me shoot you with my bow and arrow to heal you. I like it. It's regeneration, strength, and swiftness to allies, and poison, weakness, and slowness to enemies. Ability 2 is just placing blocks. You can place down... So it's like standing on people in Counter-Strike, but like legitimate. Melee blocks to pick them back up. Interesting, that's actually... surprisingly extremely powerful for a shooter like this. I like it. And for his ultimate, he builds the Wither. Very nice. We got Manny from Grim Fantasy. That's a pull! Yo! Oh, that's a great pull. I love that. Xbox doesn't have any franchises. They don't have any characters. You just lack vision. Or you're just really young. It's one of the two. This kid is built around siphoning health and giving it back to himself or teammates. Fires off his root gun, which slows down opponents due to being tangled by the vines. When first used, Many can fire a root that attaches to a teammate. Second use has Many... So, okay, I see how this works. It's kill through Zod's chains, but you're hooking an ally to an enemy and it heals by stealing their health. I really like that. That's a really fun skill-based way of healing. I've never heard of anything like that. I really love that. That might be one of my favorite abilities that's been through here so far. That's really creative. Use a fire extinguisher to push back and blind enemies. And his ultimate is just doing his job. Pulls out his scythe, which does massive damage on opponents and directs health to both himself and teammates. And Businessman Grim Reaper is such a fun aesthetic. I love it when games do that. Blinks? Okay. Look out, guys. It's the next Sonic. He's definitely going to be around moving forward. Definitely. So we can collect items to shoot out with his vacuum. Fire off. So you can find stuff randomly, but you can also inhale bullets at you or just traps placed by enemies. Interesting. This is how he finds time crystals to use his abilities. So you have 3 crystals. Use them on a target, but by pointing his finger at his target to hit them. If it is an enemy, it will slow down their ability and make ultimate cooldowns. But it will do the opposite for an ally. Nice. Ability 2 is record. Stop for a second while a recording symbol will appear on the HUD. The movements he does for the next few seconds will be saved and replayed for a few loops. Oh, hello! That's fun! Putting that in a hero shooter, just doing the same kind of maneuver multiple times in the same area, it's a very interesting way to deny area. Because you've created a copy of yourself constantly denying the same area with the same abilities over and over and over again. Nice. And his ultimate drains the ability bars of everyone around them. Nice. Ori, I love Ori. Okay, I think I'm just gonna... We've been going for a while here, so I'm just gonna kind of move through the rest of these, just kind of seeing the characters. If people want to read these themselves, feel free to do so. I kind of want to get through the entire roster so we can get to the last couple of ideas. We have been going for 3 hours. Big Daddy's a good pull. That's a fun melee character. I think we have more than established enough that this is a solid concept. I just want to see who else is in here. Got Cuphead, my boy. A beautiful boy. I love him. Nick the Tron. Of course Camp made this. Yeah, no. That makes sense. Again, this is the guy that made the GameCube controller moveset, and continuing on that trend. There's the roster in its entirety. Alright. Interesting that there's no Warcraft. I also just because I'm the massive Age of Empires nerd that I am, can we get a monk, maybe? Genghis Khan? I'm just saying. It'd be fun. At least put a Cobra car skin on the Forza car. His ult is the red ring! Oh, that's great. Alright, so what is the lore behind this? The entirety of the Xbox library is connected by interdimensional threads that are all linked to the foundation of its universe, which is called the Nextbox. Nextbox? Fucking hell. The next box is a monolith that retains stability of the space-time continuum. When a threat arises with the purpose of destroying it, the next box sends out a message that reaches the various heroes of these self-contained universes. The message is able to bring the roster together with the sole mission of saving their universes from peril. It's a typical Frostlover story. But it's yeah, the basic elements are fine as long as the execution is well done and stand out from the other material. Subspace Emissary and Smash Bros. Brawl, kind of same deal. So long as the characters are interacting, doesn't really matter what it would be. Alright, we got the gameplay. It's just a basic 6v6 experience, where the objective is to achieve victories. Depends on the game mode. Okay, you can't just throw Clippy out here without Clippy being on the roster. That's just not fair. Unless Clippy's like the final boss, I would also accept that. We're got an actual campaign here. Nice. Something that most hero shooters fail to do. It's got cutscenes, it's got a lore. Excellent. We've got Team Deathmatch. It's Team Deathmatch. Works as it's described. Capture the flag. Again, self-explanatory. King of the Hill. Again, self-explanatory. I'm not going to bother reading these out because it's just... everybody knows what these are. Search and Destroy, though. This is Counter-Strike. Nice. I was just picturing this Banjo going, "The bomb has been planted." Just Master Chief and the freaking Diablo. Got Fire, Fire, Fire. Oh, okay. So you pick a character, but the weapon that they use is randomized. So you'll have Spyro wielding the energy sword, or Captain Price wielding Kazooie. I can't wait to see Diablo snipe people with Steve's bow and arrow. That's great. Collectathon, nice. Kind of dipping more into the 3D platformer side of it. Kind of coin battle as well. If holding objects upon elimination, half are dropped for enemies to collect. I like it. Then we have a Horde Hustle as a PvE mode. Oh my gosh, the idea here, just look at this. Imagine Dr. Junkenstein only has Zomniks at his beck and call, but also sends in zombies from Minecraft and Call of Duty. The Zerg finally converge with the Flood. All the goofy enemies from the rare platformers meet enemies from Crash, Spyro, and Skylanders. The Diablo and Doom mashup would create the scariest depiction of hell ever conceived. Oh, that injected more serotonin into my brain than I've had in a long time. That idea is just... Where the Forza car driving around with a gun on it? Oh, just combining any of that with Forza. It's like, okay, picture the Vader scene from Rogue One, except it's a Forza car with the Arbiter's energy sword. Just charging forward while slashing with a blade. That'd be so funny. Ooh, okay. So for the maps, we're taking inspiration from PlayStation All-Stars. As in, it's one location being invaded by elements from another game. Which I would argue is just the best idea that game had. That's such a cool concept that I wish more games used. So what do we got? Got Valhalla. Being invaded by both the Flood and the Zerg. Oh my gosh, you are speaking my love language right now. Oh, that'd be so cool. We got Necroval, Doom, and Diablo. Again, just... This is my happy place. Can we also get, like, Skyrim and Doom and Warcraft? Skyrim and Warcraft will just be the perfect trinity of happiness for me. We got Banjo-Kazooie and Battletoads. Nice. Oh, I just noticed the So we got the Halo announcer for Valhalla. We've got the Con Maker for Necroval. And we've got Mumbo using his N64 speech pattern as the announcer for the Spiral Mountain. That's great. Oh, just having a war of hell for Doom, having the Dark Queen and Gruntilda, like this. I can't believe this doesn't exist. Like, I understand it's a lot of moving parts, but Microsoft has all. This is the perfect storm that Microsoft needs, that they just need to commit to. I mean, I consider Pure Kong that Grunty should probably be a character. And that the rhyming Grunty... The rhyming Grunty... What did I just say? that should be just character interactions for the entire roster. Like, just having an announcer for one area isn't good enough for Grunty. She's gotta be all over the place. That's DLC. It's coming down the line. Guitar Hero in Skyrim?! I take it back. I take it back. This is significantly better than Warcraft and Skyrim. Oh my god. Yeah. Just you're doing a concert when suddenly real dragons. And it's all it's just part of it's just part of the show. Sure. And Parthenox is voiced by Charles Martinet. Sure. Oh, that's my favorite one so far. Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Dr. Entropy and Ripto have decided to team up because no other games exist where two villains from these franchises have worked together. Nope, not at all. We've got them voicing as well. We've got Cuphead and... Oh, that's good! Oh, that's really good. Just Conker entering the Devil's Casino. Just make a Conker game out of that, honestly. And it's voiced by King Dice, Wayne Brady from the Cuphead show. I just want to see this map. I don't even need to play in it. I just want to see it. That would be so funny. Got Bioshock and Sea of Thieves. That's clever. Having the Kraken from Sea of Thieves come in to attack Rapture. Psychonauts and Skylanders. Alright. Intense rivalry between them. Alrighty. Nuketown, Call of Duty, and Fallout. That makes sense. I think that's the most... Like, I could honestly just see a Call of Duty game in Fallout setting. Got Ultratech Studios. Killer Instinct and Gears of War. Another one that's made very easily together. Got the Mind Force. Ori. Oh, Ori in Minecraft. That's actually adorable. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you can't really have, like, announcers unless you want to have very... No, what you do is it's just a villager. Just making the villager sound, and that's it. You got Rubicava, Grim Fandango, and Overwatch. Sure. Got Ellen McLean voicing here. We got Lucrine Tower, Perfect Dark, and Blinks. Wait a second, there's one missing. Sorry, but there's one I was waiting for. Who am I thinking of? I was waiting for this person to pop up, and it never did. Oh, it was Viva Pinata. Make that with Warcraft. That'd be perfect. It's just Azeroth being attacked by a giant Pinata Deathwing. That would make me so happy. Alright, guys. I know that was a long one, but that was such a high quality. Oh, yeah, let's Give proper credit to everyone that participated in this. We got Camp, we got Dyxo, we got the Pallid Potato, EC, Bakizab, Spidey, and Golem. Some have appeared here before, some have, this is their first time showing up. But my goodness, that's such a fun idea. I can't believe this doesn't exist. Like, the quality of this just speaks for itself. It would make, like, Microsoft presentations so much... This is the, like, the branding thing that they need. Just, yeah, look at all the cool stuff that we've got. Buy our games, look at all the cool people that they come from. It works so well. You want to show off Psychonauts? Put them in a game like this. You want to bring back Grim Fandango? This is the perfect way to start. You want to remind people that Crash and Spyro exist? Here you go. You don't need to remaster the trailers. The trilogies. Just do this. Someone email this to Phil Spencer. Like, I'm being 100% serious here. Just do this. If enough people email it at him, eventually he'll notice. Because, like, this has to happen. This is just a good financial decision. Alright. I've been going for 3 hours. Got 2 more left, because of course we do. Yeah, this is going to be a short one. I have time for extras. I just need to stop saying that. Okay. We've got one more Smash Brothers concept. Returning again. I want to double check real quick what else this person has worked on. Returning after the fantastic Adeleine concept. We have Smashers with Dixie Kong. It's DK December, had to include at least one. So consider this my contribution. One thing that Smash Bros. Ultimate did that I don't think anyone seems to talk about is how many female characters they added to the playable roster. Did Ultimate do that? I mean, half of Inkling, sure. Isabelle. Alex, I guess. Min Power. Oh yeah, there was a few. To the point that you can make a full fighting game roster out of them. But despite that, definitely feels like someone is missing from this collection of Nintendo All-Stars. Let's go back to 1995. During this time, Nintendo only had 2 female heroines, but even then, they were compromises. Princess Peach can only adventure in dreams, and Samus had to pretty much hide her identity, and heck, Zelda wasn't even a full character of her own series until the Nintendo 64. I am going to remember to share this as well, and post that in the chat. Pirate Mythra is 2 girls. Are they, though? I feel like that's in decimal territory right there. I don't know. Do you consider somebody with multiple personalities to be different people? What is this psychological debate we've put ourselves upon? However, one heroine would sadly become... I think I just read this. It's Dixie Kong. Dixie Kong gives Smash a whirl. Oh, God. Oh, no. Alright. Gotta get an old man voice here. Wait, her? Why not pick a more important all-star like me? Who's Dixie Kong? Dixie made her debut in Donkey Kong Country 2 as Diddy's sidekick, joining him on his venture to Crocodile Island to rescue Donkey Kong and actually being the one to have the guts to tell Cranky Kong that Diddy could be a better hero than even him, and insisting she went on the journey with him, and eventually helped Diddy rescue DK and sink Crocodile Island. Twice! Later on, she went on her own adventure to rescue DK and Diddy, pretty much doing it all by herself, and a Titanic toddler, much to her reluctance. Since then, she's only had minor roles being playable in spin-offs, and while she did return in Tropical Freeze, she was only fully playable in hard mode or as a second player. I guess you have to explain who she is, since she only had 2-star roles before only getting minor roles for 18 years and then becoming a power-up. Oh, God. Why Dixie Kong? Oh, interesting. Hang on. You are right. Why is the chat frozen? Chat? I'm gonna reset it, see if that works. Odd, I don't know what causes that. Oh well. Why Dixie Kong? Dixie, I feel, is one of the top Nintendo characters that's pushed for Smash, and honestly, she deserves it. However, in her own franchise, Dixie has been neglected as much as K. Rool. After DKC, she never had a major game role until Tropical Freeze. In fact, she was going to be in Brawl and got caught there as well. But even then, she was supposed to be tethered to Diddy. Poor girl, can't catch a break from being tethered to somebody. Regardless of her lack of major appearances, she's often seen as the third main member of the DK crew, and I think she deserves a shot in Smash, especially in more recent years. As stated above, Dixie's design in Smash focuses on two things, her being a little silly compared to most of the female characters in Smash, at least the ones that aren't adults, while also showing the personality that the Kongs somewhat lack in Smash. As a small note, she would have her voice, like, it's a weird thing where if Dixie had a voice, it would make DK and Diddy look worse. Yeah, this should have all happened since the beginning, obviously. Her moveset will pretty much be her own style. Rather than being a blend of DK or Diddy or a semi-echo like a lot of people suggest for her, I think while she can take some moves from them, she deserves a chance to be her own character, and not tethered to a toddler. She'll mostly be using moves involving her hair and some kicks. Stat-wise, she's basically similar to Diddy, but being slightly slower, floatier, and stronger. Not by much, but still enough to make a difference and to be accurate to the games. DK and Diddy's moves are bad enough on them already. Why would you want to take them from them? I got very southern there for a second. Alright, got just a bunch of the normals here. 2 punches forward for the jab combo. Got a side tilt, swinging her head forward with her ponytail. Up tilt is clapping above her. Down tilt is a small slap in front of her. And the dash attack is spinning around her repeatedly with a ponytail. It's her dash attack in Tropical Freeze. The forward smash is her bubblegum, launching opponents when it pops. That's hilarious. Her up smash is a backflip kick. And the down smash, she faces the camera and quickly slams her ponytail on both sides of her. It's your ground pound from Tropical Freeze. Nice. Neutral air is a quick mid-air spin. Forward air is a quick one-legged kick forward. Back air is a whip behind her with her ponytail. Interesting, her up air is the bubblegum from, again, slightly lifting her up before popping. It's kind of a stalling tool. I like it. The down air is a stomp, because stomps are fun. Got the grab, just grabs with one hand, pummels with the other. Forward throw tosses people like a barrel. Up throw tosses them like a ponytail, like when you upward throw in DKC 3. Back throw spins them around, and down throw stomps on them 3 times before kicking them aside. Wow, must have kept you all night thinking those moves. I've done better attacks in my sleep. Specials. Oh, this is... Smashers, I love the 3D models you include with the movesets. They are so charming. Alright, it's got the guitar gazump for the neutral special. Takes out our iconic blue guitar and stripes a chord causing a pink sound wave to launch forward from the guitar. How long you press the button determines the power and speed of the wave. Small presses are low damage and make quick waves, while fully pressing the button causes a slower but much more powerful wave. I'll give bonus points to this if you can kind of play music, depending on how fast you press the buttons. Side special is the Gumball Pop Gun. Fires a bubblegum bubble out of it, which can capture projectiles and immediately stop their momentum. Oh! Oh, that's fascinating! So it captures projectiles, doesn't do much damage on its own, but if it grabs projectiles, it will cause the damage of itself and the projectile it grabs. Oh, that's fascinating! That is such an anti-zoner tool. Like, you take their zoning away from them and you create a wall of projectiles of your own. Oh, that's so good! Hopefully she's not like a dumb boyfriend and has her pop gun blow in her face. This voice is going all over the place. I'm sorry. special is the Kongcopter, because it fits Dixie way more than it does DK. I did give her the more classic grounded version of the attacks since they changed it in Ultimate, but that's all I can say for that move.
What if my grandson had to have such a dumb move? I guess it's best that she has it as well.
What is this voice? What the And the down special is Steel Keg. Appears in a puff of smoke right next to Dixie, which she quickly tosses forward. Seems like a simple move, however, it does combine with her neutral and sides. Please shake. Yes! Oh, dang it. I thought for a second she could, like, hop onto the keg and play the guitar while balancing on it. That would have been cool, but this is also cool. With the guitar creates increases the speed and power of the rolling keg, so you can use the neutral special to launch it forward. While her side special can trap the keg and... Oh! And if opponent pops the bubble, the keg slams down, stunning the opponent briefly. If this move is used in the air, Dixie bounces on it, giving her a small boost in vertical height. Nice.
Great, she's stealing my barrel throwing shtick. She better not use my king later on.
Final spell. Oh, that's cute. Even though half of these characters have had nothing to do with Dixie. Gets more of the personality and charm in here. I love this. When Dixie has the Smash Ball and activates her final smash, a blast barrel appears in front of her, and if it connects with the opponent, it's launched forward in a cutscene where they land into a Donkey Kong-styled jungle where the camera pans upward to show Dixie, alongside her sister Tiny Kong, her cousins Kitty and Chunky, and honorary family member Lanky, descending onto the opponent on... Sorry. A lot of talking. There's Chunky. He's not dead. As they land, it transfers into a cartoon fight cloud with the various Kong's limbs poking out of the cloud as they wail on the opponent. Before Dixie finishes them off with an uppercut, sending them into the distance. And if they're over 100%, they'll immediately be sent into a star KO. I'm surprised there's not more moves, like Final Smashes, that automatically cause a star KO at that stage. Like, you think that would fit in so many ways.
Oh, wow. You really had to bring these guys back? At least they're sticking to cheap cameo roles like they have had since 64.
Side taunt just spins around while brushing your hair aside. Up taunt plays a small riff from the air guitar. And down taunt just sits down and takes out a juice box. Nice. I love this this is the best Dixie Kirby hat I've ever heard of. Just Kirby with a guitar. It's Mike Kirby, but another band member. I love it. Of course, she bursts out of a DX barrel. Victory Animations plays a short riff on her guitar. One bounces a steel keg. And one has Diddy Kong. Nice! We got that. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's a silhouette costume. Oh my gosh. Okay, the rest of these are good. But that took a second. But that's so good. That's so clever. How do the other Donkey Kong characters not have that? Oh, I love that so much. That's brilliant.
Hey, where's the alt based on yours truly?
Conclusion, I love the Donkey Kong Country series. It's my favorite first-party Nintendo series, and I really hope that its female lead gets some love in Nintendo's collection of All-Stars. I mean, she's going to appear in the Mario movie in some way, so that's cool. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed this moveset for her. It was a lot of fun to come up with and to present it.
Well, glad that waste of time is over with. What's next for this Joker? A moveset based on a bullboard? Pfft, that'll never catch on.
That was phenomenal. Well done, Smashers. I love little interjections of Cranky. That adds so much silly personality to all this. And like, again, the little 3D models just show so much charm. and really just enhance how you can visualize the moveset. I especially love the gumball pop gun. That's such a fun ability to just mess with so many playstyles currently in Smash Brothers. Like, imagine trying to play against this as a Link, or a Samus, or just anyone like that. Like, this would actively shut down so much of their playstyle, because you couldn't risk throwing out projectiles, because not only will they be taken away, you're making your own life harder by cluttering up the stage with danger. Yeah, I love this. Like, I'm always going to prefer the, like, the tag team duo of Diddy and Dixie. Just because I love the idea of playing off of that relationship between the two of them. But this is making me seriously consider just, like, how unique Dixie should be in a hypothetical like that. Because I've always kind of mentally considered that, like, oh, they'll just be kind of semi-clones, pick your poison, kind of Pyra Mythra sort of deal. But I think if I ever remake, like, Diddy and a Diddy Dixie moveset, which, like, I probably will, definitely will, I think I'm gonna make it more of, like, a Pokemon trainer kind of deal. Because, like, you have, just with this move alone, 100% convinced me that she absolutely deserves more of her own unique stuff. I especially love the final smash. Brings a lot of character into the series, a celebration of it that's sorely missing in Smash Brothers currently. I also just love K. Rool's expression there. I know, Smashers. I've seen that opinion time and time again. I do disagree with it, but I can see why people would hold that opinion. I think it comes to a matter of preference. Although I would argue that maybe having a DK character presented well, like one of the Kongs presented well in Smash Brothers, like with the voice, with the character, might make that feel better. It's all in the execution. Alrighty. Got one more to cover today. This was a fascinating idea sent to us by our good friend Dyxo. The idea of, okay, but what if we made Smash Brothers again, but it was Megaman? A Megaman crossover fan game where he traverses through various Nintendo-based stages, facing off against the cast of the original Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64. While every stage is named after a Smash Brothers stage, the level will be themed after the game it's based on, such as Sector Z being an asteroid field with low gravity that Mega Man needs to navigate, and Saffron City rooftops being a cityscape populated with the various Kanto Pokemon. Levels based on platforming games will use similar level design philosophies to those games. Like, off the bat? Like, I never would have thought of this in a million years, but that's such a fun idea! Just a Mega Man crossover game where you're going through other games as the crossover. That's the levels. That's so cool. The 4 unlockable characters from Smash 64 are hidden in the different stages as well, found in the same stage they are fought on to unlock in the original game. Beating them will earn new abilities, while the other stages have passive upgrades that can be found instead. Wily's Castle will be based on the Smash 64's original content, known as the Polygon Factory. These stages, until Metal Cavern, would take the aesthetics of the Race to the Finish to create what a Smash world might look like, with a mix of mobs from the other stages appearing, but as their own fighting Polygon team variations, such as Polygon Tektite, Polygon Bonkers, and Polygon Guy. This ends in the battle against Master Hand, who takes the role of Dr. Wily. Got the basic kingdoms here. It's exactly what you'd expect from knowing Super Smash Bros. 64's roster. Mario is a fireball, Fox a reflector, Samus a morph bomb, Link a hookshot, Pikachu thunder jolt, Yoshi an egg toss, Donkey Kong the Kong carry, and Kirby the star shooter. Alright, let's kind of picture that Mega Man's using this as I read through these. Mario's fireball bounces along the ground, can be fired rapidly, but doing so quickly drains the weapon. Leveling up increases the size and damage. The reflector reflects attacks. It's Fox's attacks. And by leveling up, it kicks it like Falco does. Nice. Morph Bomb drops a bomb forward. After a few seconds, it explodes. Leveling up, it increases the explosion radius. Hookshot shoots a chain with a spiked hook at the end. On top of damaging enemies, it can grab items laying around. And if leveled up, Mega Man can pull himself to walls with it. Thunder Jolt is a jolt of electricity that hugs any surface it comes across. If fired in the... It's Thunder Jolt, Pikachu's Thunder Jolt. And when leveled up, it becomes Thunder. Egg Toss can toss an egg at the opponent at an angle, and eggs explode in contact when leveled up. Kong Carry, it's Guts. Grabs onto objects and throws them horizontally when the button is released. And when leveled up, it can grab enemies. And then the Star Shooter fires off a star that reflects up to 3 times on any surface. And then leveling up increases the size of the star and makes it explode after it hits an enemy or the 4th surface. Like, obviously this is using a lot of what exists in Smash 64, but integrating that into a Mega Man game and then designing stages around that, that's one of the most creative ideas I've seen on this series. Just taking 2 franchises I never would have put together. Well, I never would have put together. Mega Man's in Smash Bros., but you know what I mean. I've never considered, like, reversing that and bringing Smash Bros. Into Mega Man, or into any game for that matter. Alright, we got the basic boosts of abilities. You can increase the damage of Mega Man's Buster Shots from a Corneria. You can add an additional charge level in Yoshi's Island. Charge Shots phase through enemies by beating Ness. You get Super Armor from Congo Jungle. You can do the Falcon Kick by beating Captain Falcon. You make your special weapons better by going to Hyrule. Mega Man gets more jumps from Jigglypuff. And you get the Jump Punch from Luigi. That's great. Okay, now this is important. What beats what in this game? Okay, so Fox beats Ness, Fox beats Samus, Samus beats Kirby, Kirby beats Yoshi, Yoshi beats Pikachu, Pikachu beats Mario, Mario beats Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong beats Link. So this is... Okay, so it's in the order of how they're on the roster. That makes sense, that makes sense, I like that. That gets the boss battles. Okay, Mario is a well-rated boss in terms of speed, power, and difficulty. He only has 1 attack, a fireball. He has 2 jumps that can both deal damage to Mega Man, one that brings him high into the air, and one that acts like an enhanced normal jump. His fireball is just the fireball from Super Smash Bros. He has the super jump punch. It gets Mario a tornado as well. This is so fun. I barely need to even read these, because it's just like... Yes, they're Smash Brothers characters, but as a boss in Mega Man. Gosh, this is so adorable. Obviously, Fox has his blaster. Does some hit stun and making the move excellent for stopping opponents approaching. That would be annoying to deal with in a Mega Man boss. And he short hop double lasers. Of course he does. Of course he does. Has Firefox. Helms it on Mega Man. Nice. Then Reflector can reflect any projectiles that hit it back. Interesting. So how do you beat him with Megaman then? I guess it's just something... Okay, well, I gotta think about this like a Mega Man boss phase. You'd only use the reflector, like, after using Firefox, or in between blaster volleys, or something like that. This isn't a fighting game, this is a boss battle. You gotta consider it as such. Samus is a powerful, heavily armored boss that has a wide variety of moves to approach Mega Man with. Deals the most damage out of every boss, but if the player can shut her down, they know what to be defensive and when to be aggressive. Got the charge shot, of course, that would be terrifying. But it can be interrupted while charging. Alright, nice. Screw attack works as it's supposed to. That's terrifying. And then she will morph ball to avoid you. Nice. Although, of course, if you just have Fox's Reflector, that's an easy way of being able to beat a Mega Man boss that fires massive charge shots at you. Pikachu is a small, fragile boss that quickly runs and jumps from place to place. While Pikachu can be taken down in 3 charge shots, landing those hits can be hard as they won't stay still and bounce around the screen. Pikachu will also appear during the stage, but attacking them before entering the boss fight will not affect the boss fight. It's got the Thunder Jolt, rolls across the ground, of course. Has Quick Attack, oh, Quick Attack would be so annoying in a Mega Man boss fight. Oh, he just would never sit still. Only to stop right next to you and thunder you and immediately delete half your health bar. That sounds horrifying. I love it. We got Link, Hero of Hyrule, a swordsman with a variety of tools to stop the player. Functions like Proto Man, having low health but a shield that reflects Mega Man's projectiles and can deal high damage. The shield is only inactive while Link is attacking, but explosives, including his own bombs, side charge shots, and a Falcon Slide, and a bouncing Thunder Jolt. If hit with a move that penetrates his shield, Link will be stunned for a second, allowing Mega Man to pick him up and throw him with the Gorilla Group of his weakness. You can reverse Ruto him. That's hilarious. He's got the boomerang, he's got the spin attack, got the bomb. Still doesn't have a bow. Smash 64 Link just can't catch a break there. Alright, nice. This one sounds like the most engaging one to me so far. Yeah, I mean, that's just because it's Proto Man copying, but having to work around that shield would be a fascinating kind of cat and mouse trying to fire while the other one's vulnerable. It'd be a lot of fun. I just read in the chat, I appreciate this being the Smash 64 roster, but imagine having to fight a Punch-Out boss as Mega Man. And then EC Explosion says, "You're gonna love this one, Mac." Pulls out the metal blades. That's great. Kirby is a tricky mobile fighter. He can stay in the air for a long time with his multiple jumps and can drop down on Mega Man to deal high damage. While this makes him hard to hit, Kirby has moments of vulnerability before returning to the top of the screen. Inhale, it's DDD's Inhale, more like in this case. By becoming a boss fight, he kind of just takes inspiration from his friend, and that's kind of adorable. I love that. Final Cutter, Stone is Stone. If it hits Mega Man, it kills him instantly. Nice, I like that. I see that his weakness is his Morph Bomb. Please say that you can, like, use Morph Bomb and have him swallow it and explode. Oh yeah, yeah, it's right there. Of course it is. Duh. We got Yoshi, large and lazy enemy themselves. Basic mobs will appear from pipes on each side of the stage. These mobs will get in the way and can be eaten by Yoshi to grant him more eggs, as well as generally get in Mega Man's way. Yoshi's color is randomized at the beginning of the game. Nice! I like that. He has Egg Lay, sticks his tongue forward if it hits Mega Man or an enemy. They'll be damaged and trapped in an egg behind Yoshi, so Mega Man is still stuck with being laid. Wait, no, that's the wrong way to put it. You know what? No, I'll stick with it. Fuck it, I don't care. If you're gonna say something, you gotta be able to ready to commit to it. Yoshi lays egg. That's a terrible mental image. I shouldn't have said that. Egg throw. Yoshi throws one of the eggs behind themselves, traveling in an arc and exploding after half a second. If Megaman is in an egg, that one is thrown first and always deals damage after this if it was a direct hit. He's also got the ground pound. Deals significantly less damage than Kirby Stone despite having similar functionality, but still enough to demand the player's respect. And last but not least, we got the biggest and tankiest of the bosses. DK wants to be constantly up in Megaman's Megaman. I want to know what the design of Megaman looks like. I can't picture it, but I know it's great. His slow movement speed can make it easy to keep him out, but if Megaman is stuck in a corner, it can be hard to safely jump over him. Got the giant punch, of course. Got the spinning Kong as well, requires precision to jump over. He's got the hand slap to deal an earth-shattering blow to the ground. It's like, oh, what's the Mega Man boss that does that? You have to jump over the shockwaves. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, there's a Mega Man boss that does that. It's cool to see DK do it too. As said before, though, this is not all of the bosses in the game. Half of the stages also have a hidden boss based on 64's unlockable characters, such as encountering Luigi by climbing Peach's castle before entering to fight Mario. These bosses do not grant weapons, but instead new abilities can be used as part of natural mobility. Fight similar to Mario, but he jumps much higher, deals more damage, and moves faster. He's the Proto-Man of the Mario Bros. Alright, Green Fireball versus Green Fireball. The Fire Jump Punch is the same as in Smash Bros. Hurts a lot if he's right next to you. And Luigi Cyclone is Luigi Cyclone. Also weak to Thunder Choke. Alright, nice. Jigglypuff fights like Kirby, floating above Megaman until she comes down to attack. She's quite fragile and has large vulnerabilities between attacks, but has the capacity to defeat Megaman in only a couple of hits. Pound is Pound. Was Pound the neutral special in Smash 64? Am I remembering this correct? I'm just curious if that was changed from rollout here, or if I'm just remembering 64 wrong. I don't know. Regardless, she has that. She has Sing, that will stun him very vulnerably. And Rest, if Megaman is right next to her, it will deal massive damage, but otherwise she will regenerate health for a few seconds. Oh my goodness, Jigglypuff Rest actually working like Rest does in a Smash Bros. Setting. Pigs have finally flown. It's happened. She can be around with the Kong carry while sleeping, interrupting her nap. Nice. We got Ness, a projectile expert like Mega Man. He seems fragile at first. Ness can heal himself while invalidating many of Mega Man's weapons. Ooh, so it's like Fox's Reflector, but outright healing. That's scary. PK Fire does PK Fire things. PK Lightning Net, does it hit Ness? Yes, he does. Although it deals high damage to himself now. Alright. So it works more like it's supposed to. And you can actually, like, manipulate it in a way to hit him. That's always fun when you get that in a 2D or 3D platformer. Maneuvering the boss's projectiles around in order to hit them. And then we got Captain Falcon, who will constantly try and get close to Megaman, focusing on his wide variety of melee attacks and keeping up pressure. However, he has brief moments of vulnerability that Megaman can take advantage of if the player keeps their cool. He's got the Falcon Punch because of course he does. He has to. Falcon Dive. And Falcon Kick. Obviously, I don't have much of a job here because the mental image of this is very apparent, but can I just say I've been basking in this mental image this entire time? This sounds like such a delightfully charming experience to have. Like, especially if you, like, use the traditional Smash 64 designs as well. This is a fan game I could legitimately see existing and being good. And I would love to play that fan game. Alright, every stage that does not have a hidden boss will still include a hidden upgrade. Basic Mega Man upgrades, what do you expect? And the Polygon Factory takes the place of Wily Castle. And, oh my gosh! The factory bosses... One is Break the Targets. A unique boss where turrets will pop up, stylized after the targets in Smash 64's bonus game of the same name. After a second or two, a turret will fire off a beam at Mega Man before disappearing and being replaced by another one. The boss fight ends after all 10 are beaten, and each one is just destroyed in one hit regardless of the weapon used. That's adorable! I love that! Got a boss rush against the Polygon version of the 8 main bosses. Got Metal Mario, because of course he does. And you can't gimp him this time by throwing him off the stage, so you gotta beat him. You can also reflect Mega Man's projectiles back at him. Is that just in general? Oh no, it's by Metal Tornado. Okay, that makes sense, that makes sense. Alright, Jump Punch also gets a falling tribute because, you know, it's Metal Mario. He's gonna hurt. And we got Giant Donkey Kong. It's the same attacks, but giant. And on a stage with platforms to help Mega Man maneuver around him. Very nice. Once beaten, he'll break apart and the platforms will break away as Master Hand floats down with his iconic laugh. Break the targets is your proudest part of this kit. That's inspired, man. I love that so much. It's such a fun way of including that. And of course, Master Hand is Master Hand. He's got the Finger Walk, he's got the Finger Bullet, Power Punch, and he's weak to the Egg Throw and the Reflect. That's funny. That's kind of what he's weak to in the base game as well. That's so great. Once beaten, it explodes in the source boss fight, and Mega Man is brought into a new world where he's the 13th and final unlockable character in the original Smash Bros. Afterwards, the game's credit scene rolls as the Master Hand carefully puts away the Smash Fighter dolls, including his new Mega Man doll. Ending with a shot of... That's so cute! Oh, my heart! Oh, you didn't have to hit me in the feels like that. That's so adorable. Yeah, that makes me very happy. Thank you for that. Alright, then once you beat the game, you get extra modes. Hard mode adds more platforming challenges, gives boss more health, and has Break the Turrets changed to accurately reflect the original mode, having all 10 possible turrets appear at once. That's terrifying. 10 sources of projectiles hitting at you at any given time. And then second is Battlefield mode, a free battle and versus mode allowing players to fight any character on the screen, including the bosses. It takes this form of select screen reminiscent of the Battlefield of the old Smash 64 character select screen, but with Mega Man and Master Hand additionally. Battlefield mode can be played with 2 players, allowing a second person to fight Mega Man or both players to play as a boss. Mega Man, it's just Smash Brothers in this Mega Man game. That's fantastic. Mega Man will not have his alternate weapons in this mode, however he does have his slide kick as it worked in previous titles. Both players may choose the same character as well, potentially leading to a unique gameplay mode never seen in Smash. 2 Master Hands dueling it out. So he goes to this new world, and then you can play in this new world as much as you want. Every character in this mode, with some exceptions, has 3 abilities, a standard weapon, charge shot, and a unique action made by pressing down and jumping. These are based on the attacks used during their boss fights. Just got a list of it here. If Mega Man X Smash Bros. Sells well, DLC granting the access to Proto Man, base, and a roll through both the main games, extra mode, and Battlefield mode will be considered. Oh, that's just... You already had something special with just the brilliant idea of turning Smash Bros. Into a Mega Man boss fight, but making it into this cute little narrative where Mega Man joins the roster afterwards, that's too much, dude. That's adorable. That's the best thing. I have no feedback to give on this. All I want is more. Like, I just want to see this game. I want to see Mega Man X Smash Bros. 2 and 3 and 4 just going through the rest of the rosters of Melee Brawl. Oh, that's so fun. Maybe make an expansion so you can keep building off of what was in the first game. Kind of have that basic Mega Man setup of the boss strings, and that just grows outward and outward as more games get added to it. Oh, that's such a good one to end off on. That's so good. That made me so happy. Yeah, well done, Dyxo. Well done indeed. Alright, one of these days, I'll be able to make one of these in less than 3 hours so we get to bonus ones. But for now, I think we're going to call it quits here. Thank you to everybody that submitted today. We had some fantastic ideas. A lot of fun crossovers that weren't involving Smash Brothers. Seemed to be kind of the theme of this episode. I know I didn't get to a lot of fun ones. In particular, like, Harrymation did another claymation thing. It killed me not to pick that, but it would have felt bad doing, like, the same person twice in a row. That didn't quite feel fair to me, but, like, I can just straight up guarantee, like, Harrymation, if you bring that back next time, your first pick. Please bring that back. It's Harrymation's take on Wario this time, and it just, oh, it's so good. It's so good. I can't wait to highlight it. But yes, thank you all for enabling this fun creative outlet for me. It's so fun just going through viewer ideas and seeing all the, just the cornucopia of creativity on display here. Going into the new year, it should be a lot easier to schedule these as I won't be working on like a bunch of other projects for other people. So I hope you all look forward to the Peasant's Perspective episodes of 2023. Thank you all for watching, and I shall see you next